Chapter 488. The territory of Wanluo Prefecture was larger than that of Tianjiang Prefecture, at least twice as large. However, there were fewer ranked sects in Wanluo Prefecture than Tianjiang Prefecture. There were only 4 of them. One of them was the mid-ranked Wanluo sect, an imperial force that was not inferior to Wanluo sect. The other 2 were the Green Caltrip sect and the Yin Sifting sect, which was affiliated to Wanluo sect. The Wanluo sect alone occupied a small part of the entire Wanluo Prefecture's territory and resources, which was almost equivalent to the entire Tianjiang Prefecture's territory and resources. It was very shocking. The more abundant resources provided, the stronger and more powerful support for the development of the Wanluo sect. However, the center of Wanluo Prefecture was Wanluo City. A huge, ancient city stood tall on the ground. The black city walls were filled with the vicissitudes of time and were as majestic as a mountain. Without any hesitation, Shenzong stepped into Wanluo City. Wanluo City was bigger than Tianjiang Prefecture. The wide streets paved with black stone slabs looked solemn. There were many shops on both sides of the street. Pedestrians came and went. It looked very lively and prosperous. Shenzong walked along the wide street. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and grasped the movements of the pedestrians. He stopped in front of a big restaurant. He turned around and walked into the restaurant. At a glance, the lobby was almost crowded. "Sir, please go to the 3rd floor. There are still seats available." The waiter of the restaurant immediately ran over to greet him warmly. There were 2 empty tables on the 3rd floor. Shenzong chose one and sat down. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The waiter bowed and asked, "What are your specialties?" "Bring me a few dishes and a jug of wine," Shenzong said with a smile. "Sure. Sir, please wait a moment. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." The waiter was very confident in his restaurant's dishes. After a while, the waiter served a few delicate-looking meat dishes and a pot of wine. "Sir, please enjoy. Call me if you need anything. I'll be right there." The waiter smiled. Shenzong nodded. Mance picked up a pair of white chopsticks and poured himself a cup of wine. The aroma filled the air. Halfway through the meal, Shenzong summoned the waiter. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The waiter bowed and asked, "Is there anything interesting in Wanluo City?" Shenzong asked casually. "Interesting place?" The shop assistant was slightly startled and revealed a pondering expression. He carefully sized up Shenzong and then said, "There's a very famous miscellaneous market in Wanluo City." "Miscellaneous market?" Shenzong was slightly stunned. He was a little puzzled, but a little curious at the same time. "Yes, the market." The shop assistant was just testing the waters, but Shenzong's reaction calmed him down, so he started to explain. The so-called miscellaneous market was a place specially for setting up stalls. It was very big because there were many people setting up stalls, and they would sell all kinds of things. It was very heterogeneous, so it was called the miscellaneous market. It was a special feature of Wanluo City. In the miscellaneous market, it was possible to buy a rank 3 pseudo-spirit tool or even a real spirit tool, but it was also possible to buy something worthless. In short, the miscellaneous market was full of possibilities, which was also the reason why so many martial artists were attracted to it. Shenzong's interest was greatly increased. After finishing the food, he took out some spirit shells and gave them to the waiter. Then he left the restaurant and walked to the so-called miscellaneous market. The miscellaneous market was located in the north corner of Wanluo City. There were no tall buildings or pavilions, just a large open space. There were many stalls in the open space, which seemed to be in good order, but also a little messy. People came and went, and there were sounds of bargaining. Shenzong felt that it was a market for ordinary people, which made Shenzong feel more interested. Stepping forward, Shenzong stepped into the miscellaneous market. The black soil made the miscellaneous market more mysterious. "Come quickly. The treasures are hidden here. You only need to pay 100 spirit shells for each item, and you may get a pseudo-spiritual weapon." Even a first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon was worth more than 100 spirit shells, so it was naturally very attractive. Of course, the possibility of getting a pseudo-spiritual weapon was very low. Shenzong walked over one by one, and his eyes casually swept across each stall. Some of them were weapons, but they looked very old, as if they were dug out from the soil. Some of them were clay pots, and there were also all kinds of strange objects. Young man, come and take a look. I have all the good things dug out from the Wanxiang ruins. A skinny old man with a small body like a monkey called out to Chunzong with a smile. His small eyes sparkled as they fell on Chunzong's face. Chunzong didn't answer, but he stopped and looked at it carefully. Chunzong had heard of the Wanxiang ruins before. It was a huge ruin located at the edge of the Wanluo Manor, which happened to be the border between the Wanluo Manor and the Pure Grace Manor. It was rumored that it was caused by a great battle a long time ago. There were countless casualties in that great battle, causing the land and palaces to be turned into ruins. As a result, many treasures were buried there. However, after many years of digging, most of the treasures had been found and taken away. Most of the remaining items were of little value. Even so, there were still people who entered the Wanxiang ruins to search. Perhaps they would be lucky enough to find something good. It was rumored that a few years ago, someone found a low-grade spiritual weapon in the Wanxiang ruins and sold it at a sky-high price. This caused more people to enter the Wanxiang ruins in recent years, and they really did find many good things. As a result, the items found in the Wanxiang ruins were often very popular. As a result, many people would use the Wanxiang ruins as a pretense when setting up their stalls. Of course, Chunzong did not know this. With a trace of interest, he looked carefully in front of the old man's stall. A trace of cunning flashed across the old man's eyes. Some of the items in his stall were naturally from the Wanxiang ruins, but they were very few and only at the edge of the Wanxiang ruins. As everyone knew, the deeper one went into the Wanxiang ruins, the greater the chance of finding good things. Of course, the greater the danger. The Wanxiang ruins was not so easy to explore. Another one is going to be cheated. The people in the other stalls glanced at Chunzong and said secretly. However, they did not point it out. This was the rule here. If they pointed it out, it would be the same as interrupting other people's business. Then, they would be interrupted by others in the future, and it would become a mess. Young man, look at this compass. I feel that it contains a great secret. Unfortunately, I am old and my talent is limited, so I can't see anything. You must be a genius. The old man picked up a palm-sized black compass. There was still a lot of dirt on the compass, and it looked very ancient. Maybe you can comprehend something from it. Chunzong was unmoved. The old man also very patiently promoted the items one by one. In fact, Chunzong did not understand. Although he had accumulated a lot of knowledge compared to many people, there was no end to knowledge. There was too much, and he needed to learn continuously. In terms of appraising treasures, Chunzong was clearly lacking. If he did not understand, then he could not pretend to understand. Otherwise, he would only pretend to be a fool. No matter how the old man promoted, Chunzong was unmoved. This was because Chunzong knew very well that the old man's purpose was to make money from him. Seeing that Chunzong was unmoved, the old man was helpless. He was already very eloquent, but his mouth was dry. However, Chunzong still did not respond. He could only stop and let Chunzong look. He was also mentally prepared that he would not be able to make money from Chunzong. After searching for a while, Chunzong picked up something. It was a silver-white fragment about the length of a thumb. Judging from its shape, it should have been the tip of a sword. For some reason, the tip of the sword had been broken. There were a few black marks on the tip of the sword, as if it had been there since the beginning. Pinching the sword tip with his fingers, Chunzong was a little curious about the black marks on it. Haha, young friend, you have good eyesight. You even found the best treasure in my stall. The old man's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "This sword tip is the tip of a real spiritual weapon. It was found in the center of the Wanxiang ruins. Legend has it that it was the sword of Sword King. You know the Sword King, right? He is an amazing existence." Hearing this, Chunzong smiled slightly, but did not respond. According to the old man's words, Chunzong knew that the old man did not have a clear understanding of the concept of a Sword King. The king of the martial way was the limit of the extreme mortal stage, and was said to be invincible in the extreme mortal stage. As for the Sword King, It was said that one needed to have a high level of attainment in the way of the sword. This level had long surpassed the level of body and sword as one. How much is this sword tip? Perhaps it was because he had been reborn after obtaining the mysterious sword tip in his early years, and had embarked on this path of overcoming obstacles. But Chunzong had an inexplicable good feeling about this sword tip. This was the first time he had asked about it. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. Asking about the price was a good thing. Young friend, you also know that this sword tip has a great origin, and it is not easy to obtain. It is a precious treasure, so of course it will not be cheap. The old man smiled. Just say it, Chunzong said. This old man was only at LV6 of the genuine martial realm. Ha! The old man's eyelids trembled. At that moment, Chunzong emitted a trace of sharpness, which made the old man's heart tremble. He said with a more cautious tone, "Only 10,000 spirit shells, and this sword tip is yours." Hearing the old man's words, Chunzong did not say anything. However, the other stall owners were startled. They all secretly thought that the old man was greedy and had asked for an exorbitant price. The old man was also very nervous. 10,000 spirit shells. This was a very high price. Of course, compared to a spiritual weapon, it was insignificant. However, this was only a sword tip, not a complete spiritual weapon. Chunzong put down the sword tip with a faint smile. 10,000 spirit shells, of course, he could afford it. However, he wanted to buy this sword tip out of curiosity. He did not see anything special about it, so naturally, he would not be a fool. 100 spirit shells, Chunzong said directly after putting down the sword tip. 9,000 spirit shells, no less. The old man gnashed his teeth and said. Chunzong did not speak again and directly turned around. Wait, 8,000, how about 7,000? 6,000. As Chunzong walked away, the old man lowered the price again and again. Chapter 489. 100 spirit shells was nothing to Chunzong. After all, Chunzong was quite rich, more than most pseudo-transcendents. Including those low-grade spirit sources, even many limitless human realm masters could not compare with Chunzong. Chunzong held the sword tip in his hand and played with it. It was cold to the touch like ancient ice. Little friend, I still have a lot of good things here. Take a look. The old man put away the 100 spirit shells and said with a smile. Although on the surface he put on a pained expression, on the inside he was laughing like a flower. This sword tip was indeed obtained from the Wanxiang ruins, but it was at the edge of the ruins. Moreover, it was probably not a part of a spirit artifact, just that the material was a bit strange. It could be said that it had no value at all. Selling it was equivalent to getting 100 spirit shells for free. Shaking his head, Chunzong turned and left. Chunzong walked to the other stalls, but he did not make any more purchases. On one hand, he did not understand, and on the other hand, he did not find anything to his liking. It's a bit interesting, but, shaking his head, Chunzong played with the sword tip and walked to the restaurant. He planned to live in Wanluo City for a few days to increase his knowledge and experience. After staying in the restaurant, Chunzong opened his palm and carefully looked at the sword tip in his hand. He bought this sword tip out of interest and curiosity, because with Chunzong's half-baked forging skills, he found that the material of this sword tip was very extraordinary. It was like gold but not gold, jade but not jade. It was like a combination of gold and jade. Moreover, he did not lack the 100 spirit shells. After studying it for a while, Chunzong could not find anything, so he turned his attention to the black mark on the sword tip. He gently scratched it with his fingernails and scraped off a layer of powder. After identifying it, Chunzong found that it was blood that had dried up for who knows how many years. The tip of the sword was stained with blood, but it was broken. Chunzong didn't know what had happened, but he was very curious. The black blood on the tip of the silver-white sword stuck very tightly. After scraping for a while, Chunzong gave up and put the sword tip into his virtual ring. After resting for a while, Chunzong stood up and walked out of the restaurant. He walked on the wide streets of Wanluo City and looked around. Different places had different customs and customs. Using one's feet to measure the land, using one's eyes to appreciate the scenery and using one's soul to feel. Putting aside all distracting thoughts, he allowed his thoughts to flow naturally, like the water, the wind, and the rolling white clouds. Chunzong walked to the end of the street and walked around other streets before returning to the restaurant. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The waiter jogged over. Chunzong casually ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine. Then he sat at a table by the window and started to eat and drink, savoring the delicious wine and dishes. This was the fourth floor of the restaurant. Other than Chunzong, there were many people eating there. Each of them exuded a strong aura, and most of them were warriors of the real martial arts realm. All kinds of discussions could be heard. Among them, the conversation between two people attracted Chunzong's attention. One of them had broad palms, which seemed to be more powerful. The other had slender fingers with protruding joints. On the table to his left was a fish-skin sword. The matchless sword battle of the pure Grace Mansion is about to begin. "Brotherly, are you going to participate this time?" The plain-looking middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. "That year, I trained hard for 3 years, waiting for this moment." The man practicing the sword shot out a ray of light from his eyes, as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. On the fourth floor of the restaurant, there seemed to be a sharp aura passing by, causing everyone to be alarmed. 3 years to sharpen a sword. Today, I will test it. The plain-looking middle-aged man smiled and said, "However, the matchless sword battle of the pure Grace Mansion is about to begin in less than a month. Why don't we go after this meal? You want to participate too?" The man with the surname Li asked in return. "I don't practice the sword, so I don't have the qualifications to participate. However, I can watch the battle. It is a grand event held once every 3 years in the pure Grace Mansion. There will definitely be many experts. I can't miss it." The plain-looking middle-aged man smiled and said, "Indeed, there will be many experts, many sword experts." The man with the surname Li's eyes became brighter and sharper. Level 7 of the real martial arts realm. His sword skills are not low. Chunzong judged with a glance, but he did not pay much attention to it. However, the matchless sword battle of the pure Grace Mansion had aroused Chunzong's interest. Previously, he had heard from Doyen Yuan Lingzi that it was a grand event led by the pure Grace Mansion's pure Grace Sword sect. However, since the pure Grace Sword sect had submitted to the Dragon Diagram Imperial family, the Imperial family had also participated in it. It was said that if one performed well enough in the matchless sword battle, they might be recruited by the sect of the pure Grace Mansion. They might even be recruited as a disciple or a guest elder of the pure Grace Mansion. It could be said that every time the matchless sword battle grand event was held, there would be many participants. Most of them were there for the pure Grace Sword sect. After all, the pure Grace Sword sect was one of the 4 middle-ranked sects in the Dragon Diagram region. Moreover, it was a sect that specialized in the sword. It was said that a long time ago, a sword king had appeared in the pure Grace Sword sect. In terms of strength, the pure Grace Sword sect was ranked second among the 4 middle-ranked sects in the Dragon Diagram region. They were even stronger than the Wanluo sect. If one became a member of the pure Grace Sword sect, not only would he have found a powerful backer, he would also be able to rely on the pure Grace Sword sect's resources to cultivate better. It would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone and attract many people. Chunzong was tempted. He changed his mind and decided to change his route. He would head to the pure Grace Mansion to participate in the matchless sword battle. Chunzong was not interested in becoming a member of the pure Grace Sword sect. However, he would be able to exchange pointers with other sword experts during the matchless sword battle. This was enough to attract Chunzong. On the other hand, if he could achieve a high ranking, he would be able to obtain a reward. Chunzong was aiming for one of the rewards. If he could succeed, it might be of great help to his sword practice. After finishing his meal and paying the bill, Chunzong also checked out of his room. He left the Wanluo city and headed towards the pure Grace Mansion at full speed. Isn't that the unhindered sword sect's unhindered sword son, Chunzong? A middle-aged man with a slight scar on his face saw Chunzong leaving the city and was stunned for a moment before a cruel smile appeared on his face. Tian Sen hasn't made a move yet. How about I chase after Chunzong and kill him? After thinking for a few breaths, the middle-aged man finally shook his head and gave up the idea of chasing after Chunzong, because that was Tian San's mission. Unless Tian San failed, the other assassins of Heaven Gathering Tower could not intervene. This was the rule of Heaven Gathering Tower. What the middle-aged man did not know was that Tian San had already made a move, but was killed instead. Unless one saw it with their own eyes, or had sufficient evidence to prove it, it was difficult to believe that a 4-star cultivator could kill a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, especially when he was attacked by a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Naturally, the assassins of Heaven Gathering Tower believed that Chunzong was still alive because Tian San had not made a move yet. Although they did not know the reason, this was Tian San's mission, so he did not need to pay too much attention to it. Chunzong did not know that in that short period of time, he had experienced a life and death crisis. After leaving Myriad Gathering City, Chunzong did not stop and used his 8 directions sweeping movement skill. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a few thousand meters and flew towards Pure Grace Palace. Crossing hills, forests, and rivers, Chunzong was as fast as lightning. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The white light covered the earth like a layer of gauze, and the mountains, trees, and rivers seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Chunzong set up a bonfire. The fire burned fiercely, illuminating a radius of several dozen meters, bringing with it a trace of light and warmth, dispelling the chill of the night. Of course, this kind of chill had no effect on Chunzong, but as a human being, he always yearned for light and warmth, which made him feel comfortable from the bottom of his heart, except for some people who cultivated special secret arts or had special temperaments. In addition, Chunzongjing held up a plump rabbit that weighed more than 10 kilograms and roasted it over the fire. Sizzling sounds followed, and waves of rich and alluring meat fragrance spread out. This rabbit was a monster beast. Although it was not very strong, its meat was delicate and tender, making it very delicious. When the rabbit weighing more than 10 kilograms was finished roasting, Chunzong was ready to enjoy it. Suddenly, a strong wind sound rang out in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the wind sound seemed to vibrate in his ears. It smells so good. At the same time, a clear voice reached his ears. "I have good wine. Can this brother share some meat?" In a flash, 2 people appeared in front of Chunzong, a man and a woman. The man looked to be about 28 or 29 years old. He had a handsome face and a pair of bright eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smile, like a spring breeze. He wore a blue sword robe, which set off his temperament and made him look even more dashing. He carried a long sword on his back, indicating that he was a sword warrior. The moment the man appeared, his gaze quickly swept past the 2 swords on Chunzong's waist and the hands holding the roasted rabbit, implying a trace of sharpness. Next to the man was a 24 or 25-year-old woman, wearing a dark green gown. Her delicate face carried a trace of arrogance, but she also nestled next to the man like a little bird. Chunzong glanced at her, his finger like a sword, and a trace of silver flashed through his fingertip. The young man's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of sharpness. The rabbit weighing more than 10 kilograms was cut in half by Chunzong. One half was kept in his hands, and the other half flew to the young man. "Thank you." The young man laughed. He waved his right hand, and a wine gourd flew to Chunzong. Then he grasped it, and his palm, wrapped in true power, caught half of the roasted rabbit. He gently tore off the rabbit's leg and handed it to the woman next to him, a trace of gentleness flashing through his eyes. "Drink." The young man sat down and raised the wine gourd with a smile. Chunzong also smiled and raised the wine gourd. The moment Chunzong caught the wine gourd, he had already inspected it, and there was nothing bad about it. Drinking wine and eating meat was very refreshing. Not long after, half of the rabbit was in Chunzong's stomach, and the gourd of wine was finished by Chunzong. While drinking and eating, the young man took the initiative to talk to Chunzong. It turned out that the young man came from the Xianjin mansion and was a core disciple of the Xianjin palace. Speaking of this identity, the arrogance on the woman's face became more obvious. Chapter 490. The bonfire was burning brightly. "My name is Qin Yi. How may I address you?" The handsome young man said with a smile. He didn't feel superior just because he was a core disciple of the Xianjun Palace, unlike the woman. Of course, it was very difficult to become a core disciple of the Xianjun Palace. At the very least, one must have the talent and potential to be one of the top geniuses of the Tianjiang Palace. Chun Zong, disciple of the Tianjiang Palace sword sect. Chun Zong smiled faintly. "Brother Chun." Qin Yi cupped his fist and saluted. His expression didn't change at all. However, the woman next to Qin Yi showed a trace of contempt when Chun Zong said that he was a disciple of the Xianjun sword sect. Many people knew that there were 4 major sects in the Tianjiang Palace. They were all low-ranked sects and belonged to the weaker ranks. Compared to the Xianjun Palace, the difference was immeasurable. Brother Qin was a core disciple of the Xianjun Palace. Even if she was only a core disciple of the low-ranked sect of the Xianjun Palace, she would be much stronger than him. Furthermore, the Xianjun Palace had a 7th-stage human realm master. Chun Zong naturally saw the contempt in the woman's eyes, but he didn't care, nor did he have the slightest intention to pay attention to it. The Zongheng sword sect was very strong compared to most other sects, but compared to other sects, it was weak. Sects that were ranked required at least a 4th-tier human realm warrior to be in charge, and the Zongheng sword sect just happened to meet this requirement. A strong person would lead to a strong sect, and conversely, a strong sect would lead to a strong person. It was a mutual process. Qin Yi's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th stage of the true martial realm, but he didn't know how strong he was. However, it was at least 3 stars. The woman's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th stage of the true martial realm, but her age was about the same as Qin Yi's. To have such a cultivation proved that she was very talented. Brother Qin Zong also practices the sword, but how is your sword technique? Qin Yi changed the topic and looked at the 2 swords on Qin Zong's waist. "I have some gains, but there's still a big gap." Qin Zong replied. Big Brother Qin is one of the top sword experts among the core disciples of the Xianjun Palace. His sword technique has already reached the 2nd stage of the body and soared as one realm. The woman in the dark green gown snorted and said proudly, "If you were a good talker, I would have asked Big Brother Qin to give you a few pointers on account of our friendship. You would have benefited greatly." "Brother Chun, Sister Fu is a straightforward person, but she doesn't mean any harm. Please don't take her words to heart," Qin Yi hurriedly explained. However, he did not deny the meaning of Lin Fu's words. That is, he believed that his swordsmanship was far superior to Chun Zong's, and he was qualified to guide him. If Chun Zong took the initiative to ask, Qin Yi would not be stingy with his guidance. From Qin Yi's point of view, although the Zhongheng sword sect was a sect that focused on the sword, it was still too weak. After all, the strongest person in the sect was only at the 4th level of the mortal realm. It was far from being comparable to a colossus like the Xianjun Palace. The Xianjun Palace did not focus on the sword, but there was no lack of sword experts, sword manuals, and inheritances. There was even an earthly spirit realm sword expert. Perhaps there was still a gap between the Zhongheng sword sect and the Zhongheng sword sect in terms of sword techniques, but it was definitely not something a weak lower-level sect like the Zhongheng sword sect could compare with. Shallow water could not raise a true dragon, and Lin Xiaozuan could not raise a phoenix. It was the same principle. If the sect was not strong enough, its foundation was not enough, and its inheritances were not enough. No matter how talented one was, they would still be limited by all kinds of conditions. The 2nd stage of the body and sword as one realm, Brother Qin is very skilled. Qin Zong did not care about Lin Fu's disdain. Instead, he responded with a light smile, but did not have the slightest intention of asking for pointers. Since he did not take the initiative to speak, Qin Yi could only secretly regret that the other had missed an opportunity. He did not have the intention of taking the initiative to ask for pointers. Qin Zong's nonchalant attitude caused Lin Fu to snort in dissatisfaction. It wasn't that Lin Fu had a problem with Chun Zong, but that she admired Qin Yi too much and felt that Qin Yi was the best. Therefore, she looked at others differently and felt that they were not as good as Qin Yi. She had already given him pointers, but this person still did not understand and pretended to be indifferent. It was infuriating. "Brother Chun, are you going to the Zhongheng house to participate in the peerless sword duel?" Qin Yi changed the topic without the slightest bit of awkwardness. "I want to go and see for myself." Chun Zong smiled slightly. "It just so happens that I'm also going to participate in the peerless sword duel." Qin Yi smiled. "Why don't we go together?" "Brother Qin, you participated in the peerless sword duel 3 years ago and placed 7th. Lin Fu was like a proud peacock. "Brother Qin, you are indeed capable, but I am used to being alone." Chun Zong rejected the other party's invitation and then got up to say goodbye. He hurried away through the night. You have no sense at all." Seeing Chun Zong leave, Lin Fu snorted coldly and said to Qin, "Brother Qin, if you had taken the initiative to give him some pointers, I guarantee that he would be in awe of you. The Tao is not easily passed on." Qin Yi smiled. If he had taken the initiative to give pointers, perhaps he would not have received any benefits. Instead, it would have made the other party angry and think that he was showing off. Little did he know that Qin Yi himself had missed an opportunity. If he had taken the initiative to ask for some pointers, perhaps Chun Zong would have given him some pointers. However, he would never believe that Chun Zong's swordsmanship was far above his. The difference between the 3rd level and the 2nd level seemed to be 1 level, but there was a huge difference. If you want to improve, it is very, very difficult. For most swordsmen, it was like a natural moat. The night was hazy, but Chun Zong's figure flashed like lightning, quickly heading in the direction of the Pure Grace house. Not long after, Qin Yi and Lin Fu extinguished the bonfire and set off. To participate in the matchless sword fight, one must first register in advance. Only after registering would one be eligible to participate. If one missed the registration time, there would be no exceptions, unless one had a strong background. Chun Zong did not know when the registration time would end. He could only hurry and register his name first. By dawn, Chun Zong had already flown far away with his amazing speed. However, the territory of the Wan Luo house was vast, and it was difficult to cross in a short period of time. When he was tired, Chun Zong would stop to rest for a while and eat something. After resting, he would continue on his way. Along the way, Chun Zong also met many people with long swords at their waists or on their backs. There were men and women, old and young. They were all heading in the same direction towards the Pure Grace house. In addition, there were many non-swordsmen who were also heading in the same direction. These people were either here to participate in the matchless sword fight or to spectate. A few days later, Chun Zong arrived at the Wanxiang ruins. The Wanxiang ruins was located at the border between the Wan Luo house and the Pure Grace house. To reach the Pure Grace house as soon as possible, passing through the Wanxiang ruins was undoubtedly the best way. However, one did not need to go deep into the Wanxiang ruins, just pass through the border. According to rumors, the depths of the Wanxiang ruins were very dangerous. Even if an extreme mortal stage practitioner entered, he could die if he was not careful. Of course, gene refining stage practitioners could also come out alive. Chun Zong's purpose was to go to the Pure Grace house to participate in the matchless sword fight. Naturally, he would not go deep into the Wanxiang ruins. The Wanxiang ruins lived up to its name. At a glance, there were rotten black wood, rusty iron, broken porcelain, and dilapidated walls everywhere. Countless objects were scattered everywhere, giving off a desolate feeling. The Wanxiang ruins was very large, and its border was even more vast. Chun Zong took half a day to cross it, and during this time, he did not encounter any danger. Stepping into the boundary of the Pure Grace house, Chun Zong seemed to be able to feel the difference in the atmosphere. Different boundaries had different customs and would also have different cultural auras. This was a kind of settling down. Perhaps it was because the Pure Grace House sect and practitioners mainly practiced the sword, and because of the dense sword aura, The floating dust in the air was also different from other boundaries, with a hint of sharpness. When Chunzong was in the first level of the Zhao Xian realm, it was difficult for him to feel the difference. However, when he was in the second level, he could feel it. It was very beautiful, as if he was intoxicated by it. Along the way, Chunzong heard a lot of information about the matchless sword fight. Thus, he knew that the registration area for the matchless sword fight was in the Pure Grace House, and there was a special place for it. The matchless sword fight was a grand event held once every 3 years in the Pure Grace House. During this time, whether it was the Pure Grace House sect, other sects, or the royal family, they would all maintain order in the Pure Grace House. It could be said that this period of time was the safest. Without any obstructions, Chunzong arrived outside the Pure Grace House. Wanluo City used black as its main color, giving off a solemn and cold feeling. Fleeting Grace City used navy blue as its main color, giving off the feeling of vicissitudes of time, as well as a kind of light aura. One could also feel a trace of sharp aura from some of the corners, like the edge of a sword. The city gate was wide open, but the number of guards guarding the gate was several times more than usual. Each of them had a long sword at their waist, and their bodies carried a brazen and fierce aura. Their sharp eyes swept across the faces of every passerby. Chunzong followed the crowd and stepped into the Pure Grace House gate. The crowd was very dense, and most of them were moving in the same direction. However, Chunzong's figure was like a fish shuttling through the crowd, nimbly passing by one person after another. The most important thing now was to register, and then find a place to stay. After a while, Chunzong stopped in front of a building. A red flag fluttered on the side of the building, and the application for the matchless sword fight was written on it. In front of the building, there were already a long line of people, at least 100 of them, all carrying long swords. They were the warriors who were going to participate in the matchless sword fight. Chunzong also arranged the line according to the order and slowly moved forward with the snake-like people. Half an hour later, Chunzong walked to the registration table. Name, age, cultivation base, origin. The person sitting at the table did not even raise his head, but spoke very skillfully, and his words were hurried and fast. Chunzong, 25 years old, late stage of LV8 true martial realm, core disciple of Tianjiang House's Zongjing sword sect. Chunzong responded neither quickly nor slowly. The person quickly registered and handed a gray wooden token to Chunzong. Take this wooden token and enter the examination. Chapter 491. Inside the building was a spacious hall. Besides Chunzong, there were also those who had signed up earlier. They were choosing their opponents. In the matchless sword fight registration building, there were 20 martial artists who were at the same level of swordsmanship as examiners. They would choose one of the 20 to spar with. As long as they could defeat their opponent, they would pass the assessment and be qualified to participate in the matchless sword fight. It could be said that the registration was the first stage and the assessment was the second stage. Only after passing these 2 stages could one truly participate in the matchless sword fight. There were dozens of people who had entered before Chunzong. They lined up and chose their opponents one by one. The others sat in chairs in the corner and waited. Remember, this is a swordsmanship assessment. Other than swordsmanship, you are not allowed to use any other power. The elder who was in charge of the assessment said in a low voice, repeatedly emphasizing this. Soon, someone chose an opponent. The two held unsharpened godly iron swords and walked to the empty space in the middle, facing each other from a few meters away. Both of them drew their swords. The sword light was dazzling, like a meteor piercing through the moon. Both of them did not use their true power, nor did they use much physical strength. It was purely a contest of swordsmanship. After all, martial artists in a matchless sword fight had to have superb swordsmanship. If one's swordsmanship was not good enough, it would only bring shame to the matchless sword fight. A pure contest of swordsmanship was even more dangerous. The two swords clashed, causing countless sparks to fly, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing. The battle ended with the examinee's defeat. He walked out of the building dejectedly. This meant that he was not qualified to participate in the matchless sword fight. The next examinee stood up and chose his opponent. Battle after battle continued. Some people successfully passed the test, while others failed. Overall, the number of people who passed the test was even fewer. Chunzong sat in a chair, breathing slowly. He watched the sword competition without any change in his expression. However, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Whether it was the examinee or the examiners, although their swordsmanship was not bad, it was only not bad. At most, they were at the first level of the unity of body and sword realm. Next, it was Chunzong's turn. Chunzong drew a godly iron sword from the sword rack at the side and walked out, as if he was taking a stroll. He casually tapped and chose an opponent. As far as Chunzong was concerned, it didn't matter who his opponent was. Take this. With a low hum, the long sword trembled slightly. The sword chime was melodious and pleasant to the ear, like the sound of a distant spring, like the gentle breeze on the horizon. Natural, free hand, flowing like clouds and flowing water. Casually, the examiner did not even swing his sword. Chunzong's long sword lightly touched his chest and retracted, leaving a sword mark on his robe. When Chunzong placed the godly iron sword back on the sword rack, the examiner and the others were stunned for a moment before regaining their senses. Defeated. In an instant, he was defeated before he could even react. If this was a battle of life and death, he would have died long ago. That examiner couldn't help but cover the sword mark on his chest. His heart suddenly beat faster, and his face turned slightly pale. A trace of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and he was terrified. An expert. The others were all shocked. This kind of swordsmanship seems simple, but it has the charm of returning to the original. Only a real master of swordsmanship can perform it. For a time, everyone looked at Chunzong with different eyes. Horror, admiration, and jealousy. Congratulations on passing the assessment. The matchless sword fight will be held in Feihong Mountain in half a month. Please be sure to arrive on time. The old man's tone was different from before. Nodding, Chunzong took the wooden sign that he had passed the assessment and turned to walk out of the building. Brother Chun. Outside the building, Chunzong saw Qin Yi and Lin Fu, who were still waiting in line for boarding. Brother Qin. Chunzong responded, but ignored Lin Fu. Brother Chun passed the assessment. Qin Yi smiled. Yes, with Brother Qin's swordsmanship, this assessment is easy. Chunzong smiled slightly. The two didn't talk much, just a few simple words. Chunzong left here, and the next thing is to find a place to live in the city for a while. Feihong Mountain is not far from Jinghong City. He asked one restaurant after another, and they were all full. The business during the matchless sword fight is the best. Whether it is accommodation or meals, they're almost full. It is not known how many people find it difficult to find a place to live and a place to eat. After almost searching the whole city, Chunzong finally found a place to stay. It was a room in a small inn, the last one. 1 spirit shell a day, and meals are counted separately. The small was a bit shabby. There was only one boss and one waiter. In normal times, few warriors would ask about it. Only some traveling businessmen who couldn't make a lot of money would live here. 1 spirit shell is enough to live for several days and meals are included. But during the matchless sword fight, everything is so tight. Therefore, the owner of this small inn also intends to take this opportunity to make a fortune. After all, it is only once in 3 years. If he misses it, he will regret it. But he dare not set the price too high. From 1 spirit shell for meals for a few days to no meals for a day. Such an increase is enough to make traveling businessmen flinch. I'll stay for 15 days first. Chunzong took out 15 spirit shells and gently placed them on the counter in front of the owner's shining eyes. Buttface, take the distinguished guest to the room immediately. The owner quickly waved his hand and put away the 15 spirit shells, as if his palm contained the space of a mustard seed bag. He put on a smile and quickly shouted. Then he greeted Chunzong warmly. Distinguished guest, do you need hot water? If you do, tell Buttface to boil a bucket. No extra charge. Okay. Chunzong nodded. Soaking in a hot bath is undoubtedly very comfortable. Buttface is a thin and weak young man. His eyes are slippery and he looks very clever. He nodded and bowed as he led Chinzong to the last empty room. With a squeak, the door was pushed open. It was a very small room, with only a simple wooden bed and a very old wooden table and chair, but they were very clean. Thousands of buildings can be used to settle down. Brocade quilts and jade beds can be used to sleep, but even so, the broken walls can also be used to sleep peacefully. Chinzong didn't care about the quality of the guest room, as long as it was clean enough. "Dear guest, please take a rest first. I'll go and boil some hot water for you." Buttface bowed and said. He was not only looking forward to meeting these martial artists, but also had enough respect for them. He was worried that if he provoked a temperamental person, he would be killed without any way to redress his grievances. Chinzong naturally wouldn't care about anything with an ordinary person, on the premise that the other party didn't offend him. Along the way, Chinzong didn't cultivate much, so he settled down and adjusted himself. When the waiter brought the hot water, Chinzong soaked in the hot water for a while. He felt that the dust on his body had disappeared and his whole body was relaxed. Leaning against the edge of the big wooden tub, Chinzong closed his eyes and let his thoughts run wild. He seemed to be in a half-awake state. When the water was cold, Chinzong woke up naturally and gently jumped up. In the tub, there was still a transparent figure that seemed to be condensed by countless water droplets. As for Chinzong, it was unknown when he had finished putting on his sword robe. When Chinzong sat on the wooden bed, the figure in the wooden tub dispersed and turned into countless water droplets that fell into the tub. The outside of the tub was dry and clean, without any moisture. He entered a meditative state, ran his martial arts, and surged his true qi. He replaced sleep with cultivation. It wasn't until dawn that Chinzong opened his eyes. The restrained light in his eyes flowed like water waves and then disappeared. Chinzong exhaled. He didn't want to cause any damage to the guest room, so he let the qi dissipate naturally. He stood up and began to use his finger as a substitute for his sword. His swordsmanship seemed messy and ordinary, but each stroke contained a profound mystery. It was a demonstration of the second level of the divine mystery realm. Each stroke pierced through the dust in the air. Dust was invisible, but only those who had reached a high level could perceive it. Chinzong could barely pierce a speck of dust with his sword. If there was a day when he could pierce through a speck of dust as he wished, it would mean that Chinzong's swordsmanship had reached an extreme. At Chinzong's current level of swordsmanship, he didn't need to make big moves. He could practice them in a small space and comprehend the mysteries. For a few days, Chinzong didn't step out of the room except for asking the waiter to bring him some food. He spent all his time on cultivation. The cultivation of true power was, after all, his own shortcoming and was the biggest limitation of his current strength. He didn't put down his swordsmanship either. He was going to participate in the unparalleled sword battle soon. The stronger his swordsmanship, the better. 10 days passed. There were 5 days left before the unparalleled sword battle. Chinzong stepped out of the room for the first time and walked out of the inn. There were more people on the street than 10 days ago. At a glance, heads were surging like waves. Ordinary people would have to wait a long time to walk a few steps. Chinzong stepped out, but he was as agile as a fish. He shuttled through the crowd without any hindrance or panic. After staying in the inn for 10 days, Chinzong had only eaten the meals prepared by the inn itself. They were very ordinary and tasted very ordinary. Chinzong felt that his mouth was about to become bland. This time, he also had the thought of finding a restaurant to eat and drink to his heart's content. However, in every restaurant he passed, every table was filled with people. Chinzong walked into the last restaurant. If there were no more seats, he had to go out of the city. "Brother Chun," a familiar voice sounded. It was Qin Yi. Qin Yi and Lin Fu were occupying a table, and there were 2 empty seats for 2 people. "Brother Qin." Chinzong also responded. "Brother Chun is also here to eat. Please sit." Qin Yi stood up and invited. Chinzong didn't refuse. He walked over and sat down. Lin Fu saw Chinzong and snorted. When she found that Chinzong ignored her, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Qini noticed and smiled. He patted her hand gently. Lin Fu's cheeks suddenly turned bright red. I haven't seen Shinzong for a few days. I thought you couldn't find a place to live. Qini smiled and poured Shinzong a glass of wine. He raised his glass. I've been cultivating in the guest room these days. Shinzong also raised his glass in response. Chapter 492. The sky was blue and clear for thousands of kilometers. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling down light and heat wantonly. Large groups of people poured out of fleeting gray city like flowing water, all heading in the same direction. That was the direction of Feihong Mountain. Today was the day of the peerless sword battle. Chunzong weaved through the tide of people at an exceedingly fast speed. There were many others like him, but most of them could only use their movement techniques and move along with the crowd. Feihong Mountain was located 500 kilometers outside of fleeting gray city. It was 800 meters tall, but took up an exceedingly large area of several hundred kilometers. The entire mountain was circular in shape, with no vegetation within. It was completely bare, like a stone mountain. 800 meters tall was the peak of Feihong Mountain, but it wasn't the peak. When Chunzong arrived, he was quite surprised when he took a look. He'd heard of the uniqueness of Feihong Mountain before coming, but seeing was believing in the end. 800 meters tall was the peak of the mountain. In terms of size, it was at least a few dozen kilometers wide, but it sunk inwards as if it had been deliberately dug out. It was several hundred meters deep, like an enormous sinkhole. At the center of the sinkhole, there was a piece of land about 20 kilometers wide that seemed to be suspended in the air. It was about 200 meters above the edge of the peak of Feihong Mountain. At first glance, one would really think that this piece of land was suspended above the sinkhole. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was an enormous pillar that seemed to be made of mud and stone beneath the land, connecting it from top to bottom. It propped up the 20-kilometer piece of land and firmly stabilized it above the sinkhole. Around the 20-kilometer piece of land, there were numerous jet-black chains that connected it to the edge of the peak of Feihong Mountain, holding it in place. Each chain was several thousand meters long and as thick as a brawny man's waist. They were cold and hard and looked extremely visually impactful and awe-inspiring. So this is the indefinite terrace. It's so big. The indefinite terrace of Feihong Mountain, indefinite Feihong. This is unique to our Fleeting Grace Manor. The Fleeting Grace Manor practitioners were quite proud. There was no such spectacle in the Tianjiang Manor. Indefinite Feihong. How much time would it have taken if it had been created by man? You don't understand this, do you? The indefinite terrace of Feihong Mountain was created in a few short days by the methods of an Earth Spirit Realm expert many years ago. All sorts of discussions are going on. Let's go to the indefinite stage. As soon as he finished speaking, someone started to climb up the iron chain, heading straight for the indefinite stage. Watch me fly. A cultivator snorted coldly and leaped up, intending to use his movement skill to cross the distance of several thousand meters. Unexpectedly, as soon as he leaped into the air, his figure fell rapidly, as if he was caught by an invisible hand, and landed awkwardly on the iron chain. This scene was seen by many people, causing a burst of laughter. The ignorant are fearless. I almost fell down. I'm sure many people don't know the mysteries of this indefinite platform. This place has been sealed by a transcendent realm master, so it's impossible to fly through the air and can only move along the iron chain. Even if he fell, it wouldn't be fatal, but it would be very embarrassing. Chunzong leaped up, and as he flew up, he felt an invisible force fall on his body that was impossible to resist. He could only fall down and stand firmly on the iron chain. When the force disappeared, Chunzong strode forward along the iron chain. When his figure leaped slightly higher and was higher than the iron chain, the invisible force appeared again, causing Chunzong to fall. After testing it out, Chunzong felt relieved and used his movement skill to fly up the iron chain, quickly crossing the several thousand meters of iron chain and stepping onto the indefinite stage. There were at least 100 iron chains, but there were even more cultivators coming from all directions. There were at least a few dozen people on each iron chain. The indefinite stage was flat. As more and more people stepped onto the indefinite stage, it became denser and denser, but even though the indefinite stage was bearing such a huge weight, it still remained motionless. Suddenly, the indefinite stage shook, and the flat terrain began to change rapidly. One by one, circular arenas protruded and were distributed in all directions, surrounding the indefinite stage. There were a total of 10 arenas, and following that, pillars as thick as a waist broke out of the ground one after another. Each pillar was 5 meters tall. Immediately, at the center of the indefinite stage, 10 pillars rose up, reaching a height of 20 meters before stopping. Then, 10 figures flew out from different directions and landed on the 10 pillars. Immediately, 3 thicker pillars rose up, each of them reaching a height of 30 meters before stopping. 2 figures flickered and appeared on the huge pillars on the left and right sides, leaving only the middle pillar empty. Of the 2, one was an old man in green robes with a long sword on his back. His entire body was surrounded by an incomparably sharp aura, each of which seemed to be the edge of a peerless sword that could cut through the earth and tear apart the heavens. His eyes were bright, and when he swept his gaze across, the air seemed to be cut apart and emitted waves of tearing sounds. He waved his hand, and a brown chair appeared out of thin air. He took off the long sword on his back and placed it lightly on his knees, sitting down naturally. The other person was a middle-aged man wearing silver armor with golden dragon carvings on it. His figure was quite tall and strong, and his aura was vigorous and domineering to the extreme. He gave off the feeling of being the ruler of the world. When he sat down, it was like a small hill. The enormous sword on his back was also inserted into the stone pillar, emitting an earth-shattering sound of metal clashing and tearing through the clouds. That must be Forefather Tian Hong of the startling sword sect. Numerous gazes fell on the old man in green robes as they discussed in low voices. Forefather Tian Hong is a peerless swordsman of the earth spirit realm. Rumor has it that he can cut a 1,000-meter-tall mountain in half with a single slash. A transcendent realm cultivator has already broken away from the essence of a mortal. An earth spirit realm cultivator is even stronger, being able to cut a 1,000-meter-tall mountain in half with a single slash is nothing. The other one must be the Lord of the Startling Sword Sect. That's right, it's the Lord of our Startling Sword Sect, Marquis Longjing. There were 2 Earth Spirit Realm Elders in the Startling Sword Sect, and Forefather Tian Hong was one of them. Compared to the other, Forefather Tian Hong appeared more frequently. As for the other Forefather, it was said that his cultivation was more profound and his strength was more powerful. He had always been guarding the Startling Sword Sect in seclusion. Even a grand event like the unparalleled sword battle couldn't make him appear. As for Marquis Longjing, he was a direct descendant of the royal family. He guarded the Startling Sword Sect and was given the title of Lord of the Startling Sword Sect. There was a lord in each of the 8 sects of the Dragon Diagram region. These 8 sects could be divided into 4 upper sects and 4 lower sections. The lords of the lower sects were extreme mortal realm cultivators, while the lords of the upper sects were earth spirit realm cultivators. As a powerful upper-rank sect, the Dragon Diagram Imperial family's strength wasn't as simple as 4 earth spirit realm cultivators. For a single unparalleled sword battle to be able to attract 2 earth spirit realm cultivators and 2 earth spirit realm cultivators with high status, it was enough to show how much importance the Startling Sword Sect and the royal family placed on the unparalleled sword battle. As for the other 10 people, they also had great backgrounds. 7 of them were extreme mortal realm elders of the Startling Sword Sect, while the other 3 were extreme mortal realm cultivators of the Startling Sword Sect. They were the confidants of Marquis Longjing. This unparalleled sword battle would be carried out under the watchful eyes of 10 extreme mortal realm cultivators and 2 earth spirit realm cultivators. What an honor! Geniuses, I will first explain the rules of the unparalleled sword battle. Please listen carefully. One of the extreme mortal realm elders of the Startling Sword Sect spoke. His slightly aged voice traveled into everyone's ears. Instantly, over 10,000 people quieted down. Even their breathing became undetectable. The Unparalleled Sword Battle is a grand event held every 3 years by the Startling Sword Sect. However, only sword practitioners with high enough attainments in sword arts can participate. If you do your best, perhaps you will be able to obtain unexpected benefits. The elder said in a serious tone, "There are a total of 10 arenas for the Unparalleled Sword Battle. Each arena will have a champion. When you defeat all challengers and defend your arena, you will receive a reward and enter the final battle." Thus, the rules were simple. Defend your arena, defeat all challengers, and enter the final battle. The final battle will be between the 10 champions. According to the ranking, you will receive different rewards. Speaking of rewards, I will now briefly explain them. The Extreme Mortal Realm Elder said with a smile. Everyone focused even more and listened attentively. The last 10 champions of the first battle will all receive a chance to receive one-on-one guidance from Extreme Mortal Realm Cultivator. The Startling Sword Sect Elder said, "There are 10 Extreme Mortal Realm Cultivators here. You can choose any one of them." Instantly, many people's breaths quickened. One-on-one guidance from Extreme Mortal Realm Cultivator would be of great help to their own cultivation. However, there were a small number of people who were unmoved. To them, the guidance from an Extreme Mortal Realm Cultivator was a good thing. However, it would not make much of a difference if they did not receive it. Just the guidance from Extreme Mortal Realm Cultivator is enough to make them so excited. If they could receive guidance from an Extreme Mortal Realm Cultivator frequently, they would go crazy with joy. A girl in her early 20s laughed. She was dressed in a white robe and carried a long sword on her back. She was a disciple of the Startling Sword Sect. They're just a bunch of mediocre sword practitioners. How could they be qualified to receive guidance from the elders? A young man with an arrogant face said with a smile, "Without enough talent, how could they become a disciple of the Startling Sword Sect? How could they enter the eyes of the Master and the other elders?" A third young man said. His calm face contained a shocking amount of arrogance, but it was more restrained. The Matchless Sword Tournament did not restrict the participation of the Startling Sword Sect disciples. In fact, they were encouraged to participate. This was because by doing so, more of the rewards would be kept within the Startling Sword Sect. Of course, they would also be able to see other people's abilities. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lastly, if you perform well enough in the tournament, you may be accepted as a disciple by a powerful cultivator. The last sentence of the Startling Sword Sect Elder made many people excited. They did not need to be ranked. As long as they were able to impress the powerful cultivators, they would have a chance to be accepted as a disciple. From then on, they would have a meteoric rise. How tempting! Chapter 493. In the vast sky, an enormous ray of light, like a shooting star emitting the light of the sun, streaked across thousands of miles in an instant, leaving behind a perfectly straight trace, like a thick brush drawing with ink. After a few breaths, there was an extremely sharp roar, like the surging waves of the sea in the sky. Everyone's gaze was attracted as they raised their heads to look at the sky. The figure that was like a shooting star that emitted the light of the sun was like a golden dragon descending from the sky with a golden flame tail that was hundreds of meters long. When the golden light dissipated, a figure that was neither tall nor strong appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a person wearing a golden scarlet dragon robe. Tian Hong greets the Garrison King. Old ancestor Tian Hong of the Jinghong Sword Sect immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to the person in the golden scarlet dragon robe. Marquis Long Jing greets the Garrison King. Marquis Long Jing also turned around and bowed at the same time. "Rise." The Garrison King had a kind look as he smiled faintly. Without any action, old ancestor Tian Hong and Marquis Long Jing were lifted up by an irresistible force. They were extremely shocked. Profound Sky Realm Expert. Yes, the Garrison King was one of the 3 profound Sky Realm experts that belonged to the imperial family of the Longtu Empire. The other one was naturally the current emperor. The last one was the legendary retired emperor of the Longtu Empire. Shunzong and the others were extremely shocked. Even the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect were the same. They were all dumbfounded. Profound Sky Realm Expert. Even a Profound Sky Realm Expert had appeared. In the vast Longtu region, the strongest experts were at the Profound Sky Realm. It was extremely difficult to see them normally. It could even be said that many extreme mortal realm experts would find it difficult to see a Profound Sky Realm Expert. Who would have thought that one would actually appear here? For a moment, everyone who had regained their senses felt even more agitated. They were incomparably excited, as if their bodies were filled with energy. This was the unparalleled sword battle that was going to be watched by two earthly spirit realm experts and a high and mighty Profound Sky Realm Expert. It was something that had never happened before. As long as they did their best and displayed their best side, they might even be chosen. All participants of the unparalleled sword battle get on the sword pillars. As soon as the voice of an elder from the fleeting sword sect sounded, silhouettes appeared on the 5-meter-tall pillars one after another. There were more than 1,000 of them. In other words, there were more than 1,000 people who were qualified to participate in the unparalleled sword battle. Activate the formation. The two words were spoken in cadence, and a buzzing sound rang out at the same time. The 10 arenas seemed to tremble at the same time, and a misty brilliance rose up. As the brilliance flowed, it was like an inverted, transparent bowl. Then 2 rows of sword racks rose up, and each row of sword racks was filled with all kinds of swords. Once you're on the stage, your cultivation will be limited to the early stage of LV1 True Martial Realm, and your physical strength will also be limited to 1,000 Jin. An elder of the Jinghong sword sect said. Shunzong was surprised, but when he thought about it, he felt that it was only natural. This was an unparalleled sword battle, a competition and showdown of sword skills. Different martial artists had different sword skills and cultivation levels. The strong ones had reached the peak of LV9 True Martial Realm, and their battle prowess had even reached 4 stars. Among them, there might even be someone whose battle prowess had reached 5 stars. And the weak ones were even in the early stage of the True Martial Realm. If the cultivation and physical strength were not limited, and they were at the same level, the competition would not be about sword skills. If a LV3 True Martial Realm Warrior met LV7 True Martial Realm Warrior, the latter would not even need to draw his sword. He could kill the LV3 True Martial Realm Warrior with a casual strike. It would lose the meaning of a sword battle. 118, 59, 87. The elder casually read out 10 numbers. Each of you will be the champion of an arena. Everyone who passed the test was given a wooden plate with a number on it. Shunzong's wooden plate was 321. He was not chosen. 10 figures flew up from the 10 sword pillars and landed on the 10 circular arenas. When their bodies passed through the transparent light screen that was suffused with a 7-colored luster, each of their expressions changed subtly. They were extremely shocked. Then, each of them chose a sword that was suitable for them. Those swords were the divine iron swords arranged by the Jinghong sword sect. They had not been sharpened yet. The champions have been chosen. The unparalleled sword battle begins. Immediately, someone flew up from the sword racks and rushed to the arenas. Please, please. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 people held their divine iron swords and attacked each other. You're no match for me. We will know after we fight. In the 10 arenas, some people would open their mouths to attack their opponents with words, while others chose their swords and directly attacked without saying a word. Shunzong observed carefully. When the cultivation and physical strength were the same, to determine the winner, it would depend on each person's sword skills and the power of the sword skills they practice. The Profound Sky Realm, Earth Spirit Realm, and Extreme Mortal Realm practitioners all casually swept their gazes across the 10 arenas and clearly saw what was happening on each of them. One of the arenas had already been decided. The champion had successfully defeated the challenger. Soon, the second challenger came to the arena. Brother Chun, I will go first. Qin Yi, who was not far away, smiled. His body brought a mysterious trajectory and fell into the light screen like a stream of light. He landed lightly on the edge of the arena's sword rack. He glanced at it and gently moved his fingers as if he was feeling something. Then he slightly paused and grabbed the hilt of one of the swords. It's Qin Yi. Who is Qin Yi? He is a core disciple of the Xianjin Palace. In a last matchless sword tournament, he was not only one of the 10 champions, but also ranked 7th in the final battle. Someone said confidently, "Why did he attack so early?" Maybe his sword skills have improved greatly in the past 3 years. Qinzong was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he observed the battles on the 10 arenas. His main purpose in participating in the matchless sword tournament was to see more sword skills, feel the different styles and mysteries of the sword warriors, and learn from their strengths. After scanning, Qinzong's eyes also fell on the arena where Qin Yi was. Qin Yi's opponent obviously knew Qin Yi. When facing him, he felt nervous. "Please advise me." Qin Yi's opponent took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, but his palms were still sweating. He felt that the sword in his hand was a little wet and he could not hold it steadily. "Don't be nervous." Qin Yi did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he smiled like a spring breeze, as if it had the effect of calming people's hearts and letting them slowly recover. "Take the sword." Qin Yi's opponent spoke again. His voice was no longer trembling. His feet rushed forward quickly like water, and his sword pierced through the air. The sword light was fierce, and there was a faint sword light. Qin Yi's figure stood upright, and his long sword hung down naturally. When the opponent's sword light was in front of him, he swung the long sword diagonally, and the trajectory was clear. It was such a simple sword, but directly blocked the opponent's sword, and there was no follow-up change. The opponent could only watch the sword coming, and there was no way to dodge or resist. The gap was too big. Qin Yi easily defeated the opponent and became the champion of the 7th arena. Seeing Qin Yi's outstanding sword skills, for a time, no one rushed to the 7th arena to challenge. Qin Yi stood on the ring by himself with a faint smile on his face. His expression was calm, without the slightest bit of uneasiness, as if the surrounding gazes did not exist. Everyone wanted to become the champion and enter the final battle. Qin Yi's sword skills were very high, and he won the 7th place in the final battle of the last matchless sword battle. For many people, he was an invincible opponent. Invincible, but still want a challenge, is equivalent to cutting off the road of the matchless sword battle. After 10 breaths, if no one comes to challenge, the 7th champion will be determined. An elder of the Jinghong sword sect said with a cold voice. On the one hand, Qin Yi's sword skills were very high, and he had such qualifications. On the other hand, he was forcing everyone. If they did not challenge, they could let Qin Yi directly become one of the champions. Invisibly, it intensified the competition in the other arenas. When everyone heard this, their hearts could not help but tighten. "I'll do it." After 5 breaths, a man jumped up and landed on the ring. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed a broad-bladed divine iron sword. His body was like a gale sword, like a flash flood, and he slashed at Qin Yi fiercely. This person immediately displayed an astonishing level of attainment in swordsmanship, and even displayed a powerful swordsmanship. Qin Yi's expression was a little bit serious. He felt some pressure from the other side sword, but it was only a little, that's all. His eyes flashed, and Qin Yi's sword trembled slightly. The trembling sword drove the tip of the sword to leave countless afterimages in the air, covering the opponent's whole body up and down. The opponent's face was dignified. The sword light was like a flash flood, and he used all his strength to break the heavy sword shadows and slashed at Qin Yi fiercely. Suddenly, the sword stopped. He didn't know when Qin Yi's sword stopped at his throat. When Qin Yi's opponent swallowed hard, and his face was full of horror. His sword skills had reached the 2nd level of the 1st level, and he didn't even know when the opponent's sword pointed at his throat. The gap is too big. I saw this boy 3 years ago. At that time, his sword skills were not as good as now. An elder of the Jinghong sword sect said slowly. the core disciple of the Xuanzhen Palace. It is said that after the end of the matchless sword battle 3 years ago, he received guidance from the Xuanzhen Palace. It is reasonable that his sword skills have improved significantly. Another elder also said. During the conversation, the other champions also had their victories and defeats. Some succeeded in defending the arena, and some succeeded in challenging to become the new champion. The performance of each participant in the ring fell into the eyes of the strong, but so far, except for Qin Yi, there was no second person who had appeared. But this was nothing. After all, the unparalleled sword battle had only just begun, and the real masters of swordsmanship had not yet made a move. They were still watching. The matchless sword battle was often more exciting as it went on. This sword skill competition was like a big wave washing away the sand, and at the end, only the essence was left. Different people displayed different styles of swordsmanship. The crowd was dazzled and immersed in the swordsmanship, exclaiming in surprise. Chapter 494. Flying Shadow, Sword Ling Fei Arc. The new core disciple of the Jinghong Sword Martial School. He is in the limelight right now. The light screen on the stage would only limit the power and prevent the aftermath of the power from affecting the outside of the stage, but it would not block out the sound. Therefore, the Jinghong Sword Martial School disciple, who had landed on the second stage with a series of afterimages, heard the exclamations of the surrounding warriors, and a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. He, who had just become a core disciple of the Jinghong Sword Martial School a few months ago, could be said to be in high spirits. "You're no match for me," Ling Fei Arc said proudly to his opponent with a smile on his face. "Whether I am your opponent or not is not up to you to decide." Ling Fei Arc's opponent gritted his teeth, and his voice came out from the gap between his teeth like wind. Immediately, his body jumped up and suddenly turned back in midair. His body and sword merged into one, and a sharp sword light appeared, attacking Ling Fei Arc's small tricks. Ling Fei Arc smiled. To be able to become a core disciple of the Jinghong Sword Martial School, it naturally meant that his strength was extraordinary. And the Jinghong Sword Martial School was a sword training sect, and the most direct manifestation was in the sword arts. "This sword attack of yours has 5 flaws." Ling Flying Arc did not attack. Instead, he moved his feet as he spoke, calmly dodging the attack, causing his opponent's sword to miss. He immediately changed his move, and the sword light became even more dazzling. Countless sword shadows and sword lights slashed down from all directions, cutting off all of Ling Flying Arc's dodging. "Oh, this sword attack is a bit better. There are only 3 flaws." Ling Fei Arc did not seem to be affected at all. He still used the same tone as he moved his feet and dodged. Letting the opponent attack with his sword, Ling Fei Arc calmly dodged all the time. He also commented on the opponent again and again, showing the attitude of a good teacher. "Okay, this is the end." As soon as Ling Fei Arc's voice fell, the playful look in his eyes disappeared, and a sharp sword shot out. He waved his long sword, and the sword disappeared, leaving only a shadow that extended to the horizon. The opponent was easily defeated by this sword attack. On the other side, Qin defeated another challenger and successfully defended his position. Over 1,000 martial artists who participated in the unparalleled sword battle. Each of their swordsmanship had at least reached the first level of the body and sword as one realm. If this was in the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, it would be incomparably shocking. However, in the Longtu Dynasty, it wasn't too rare. Even at the first level of the Consolidation Realm, there were differences in strength. Some people had a more comprehensive grasp of it, while others only had a superficial grasp of it. The moment they exchanged blows, the difference would be apparent, and the opponent would seize the opportunity to defeat them. As time passed, more and more people with profound swordsmanship went up to challenge him. Rising Dragon Sword, Dragon Whirlwind. I remember that he got 5th place in the last unparalleled sword battle. 6 of the top 10 from the previous competition are participating. It's too difficult to get into the top 10. Being able to rank in the top 10 in the previous competition was due to their ability. After 3 years of cultivation, they had more or less made some progress. Even if they had not made any progress, it was still unattainable for many people. If there were no accidents, the 6 of them would be in the top 10, and they obviously wouldn't fight at the beginning. They would stay until the end. The 6 people in the top 10 from the previous competition were ranked from highest to lowest. Trace Le Sword, Yi Jingfeng, ranked 3rd last. Sky Rainbow Sword, Tang Yin, ranked 4th last. Rising Dragon Sword, Dragon Whirlwind, ranked 5th last. Chaotic Sword, Qin Yi, ranked 7th last. Wanxiang Sword, Li Shiyun, ranked 9th last. Dragon Dance Sword, Dragon Whirlwind, the brother Dragon Whirlwind, ranked 10th last. Now, these 6 people went up to the stage, and each became the champion of a stage. They defeated the challengers one by one, and it was estimated that they would have no problem defending until the end. It's time to make a move, Chunzong said to himself. After watching so many battles, his hands were itching. He jumped up and landed on the 10th stage. Compared to the others, Chunzong was a nobody. Naturally, he wouldn't attract any attention. I'll let you have 3 strikes. The champion of the 10th stage was a disciple of the Graceful Sword sect. He had already defeated 7 challengers with his superb swordsmanship, and on this stage, after every battle, the consumed strength would be instantly restored to its peak. Therefore, with his strength at its peak and the momentum accumulated from his consecutive victories, he was full of confidence. Seeing Chunzong, an unfamiliar face, come up to the stage to issue a challenge, he thought he was the same as the previous challengers. You'd better use your full strength. Hearing this, Chunzong smiled lightly and flicked his finger lightly on the sword rack, causing a sonorous echo to spread out like a ripple. This flick looked ordinary, as if it was just a casual gesture, but it immediately caused the eyes of the transcendence on the sword pillars to light up. Judging swords with a flick of his finger, what is the origin of this boy? Ancestor Tianhong asked. Old ancestor, please wait a moment. An elder of the Graceful Sword sect hurriedly responded and immediately arranged to investigate Chunzong's origins. The sound of metal clanging rang out in his ears, displaying the characteristics of each sword on the sword rack vividly, allowing Chunzong to instantly distinguish between them and make his choice. With a casual grab, Chunzong detached a long sword from the sword rack and flicked his wrist, causing a series of sword flowers to bloom in the air. Not bad. The Graceful Sword sect disciple was slightly surprised, but immediately sneered and no longer said anything about letting Chunzong have 3 strikes, directly striking out with his sword. A sword light flashed through the air like a flying swan, crossing a dozen meters in the air towards Chunzong, arriving in front of Chunzong in the blink of an eye. The Graceful Sword sect had a very famous sword art called the Graceful Sword Art. Every core disciple of the Graceful Sword sect could cultivate it. The core of this sword art was the Graceful Sword Art, which symbolized extreme speed. Even in a situation where one's cultivation was restricted, this sword strike was still astonishingly fast. It was no wonder that the previous challengers were easily defeated. In addition to the difference in sword art realm, there was also a profound gap in sword art. The Graceful Sword Art of the Graceful Sword sect was undoubtedly one of the top heaven-grade martial arts in the Dragon Chart region. There were very few people who could compare with it. Even if one only cultivated it to a low level, it still had amazing power and mysteries. However, this was nothing to Chunzong. With a flick of his sword, the lightning-fast sword light was shattered. While the disciples of the fleeting sword sect were startled, a sword light appeared in front of them. It carried with it a domineering aura, sharp and sharp. That's the Zongjing sword art, right? But it's a little different. Ancestor Tianhong recognized the sword art Chunzong used at a glance. As a powerful sword cultivator, Ancestor Tianhong was proficient in many other sword arts other than the Graceful Sword sect sword art. He had done some research on the famous sword arts in the Dragon Chart region. The Zongjing sword sect was a middle-ranked sect in the past. Perhaps it was not as good as the Graceful Sword sect, but it had a deep foundation. Ancestor Tianhong naturally understood the Zongjing sword art that was passed down from generation to generation. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Chunzong discovered that his true power cultivation and strength were both limited to the early stage of the first level of the true martial realm, and his arm strength of more than 90,000 kilograms was similarly limited to the level of 1,000 kilograms. Without a doubt, his combat strength had greatly decreased, but his sword technique realm was not affected in the slightest. However, Chunzong did not use his full strength. Under the 3 strikes, the graceful sword sect disciple could only parry and did not have the chance to counterattack. At first, he was stunned, then he shook his head helplessly. I only hope that Sister Lin will show mercy and not let Brother Chen lose too badly. He whispered to himself. In his opinion, Lin Fu had been taught by him many times, and her swordsmanship had improved significantly. Not long ago, she had reached the 3rd level of the consolidation realm. Lin Fu went up to the arena, which made Chunzong slightly stunned, but he didn't have any other thoughts. She was a challenger, an opponent, and he just needed to defeat her. Chapter 495. Confidence was written all over her pretty face. Chunzong couldn't help but be speechless. Do I look weak? Could it be that the few battles just now were not enough for her to see the level of his swordsmanship? The only explanation is that this woman's swordsmanship is good, but not high enough, so she can't see the mystery. You can use your sword. For Qin Yi's sake, Chunzong didn't want to embarrass this woman too much, so he said. But in Lin Fu's ears, it was as if he was looking down on her. Furious, Lin Fu swung out her sword. The green sword light rippled like it was made of jade, and in a blink of an eye, it reached Yichun. This is the swordsmanship driven by the green jade sect's green jade skill. In the realm of Zhao Xian, Chunzong could clearly feel the flaws contained in the opponent's sword. There were 9 places. If he wanted, he could easily break the opponent's sword and defeat her. However, Chunzong didn't break it immediately, but waved his sword to resist. Lin Fu immediately changed her moves and performed a jade cutting sword art. Streaks of sharp, green sword light pierced through the air. Every sword was able to cut through gold and jade, leaving countless green sword marks in the air. The sword crisscrossed like a net, trapping Chunzong, making it impossible for him to dodge. Chunzong stood where he was without moving. He only swung his sword with a single hand, blocking all the sword light that came at him. The net that was woven from the sword light also collapsed. Lin Fu tried her best to use her swordsmanship without any reservation, but she found that she could not break the opponent's defense. She couldn't help but be a little anxious. Okay. As Chunzong's words rang out, a sharp and domineering sword light tore through the air and arrived before him. Immediately, he felt as if he could not dodge or block it. His vision was filled with the sword light, as if it was the entire world. Qin Yi was slightly stunned and immediately smiled bitterly. It turned out that I was wrong. Qin Yi was a little embarrassed. He was not Lin Fu. His swordsmanship was as high as the 1st level of the Lingwu realm. Naturally, it was not comparable to the consolidation realm. In addition, with the heritage of the Xuanjin Palace and the guidance of the strong, his eyesight was not comparable to ordinary warriors. Lin Fu couldn't see the depth of Chunzong's swordsmanship, but Qin Yi could. Of course, Qin Yi couldn't completely see what level Chunzong's swordsmanship had reached. He could only be sure that at least he was not inferior to himself. Previously, he still harbored the thought of giving Zhang Xian some pointers in swordsmanship, but just thinking about it made him feel ashamed. At the same time, he saw that Chunzong had given in to Lin Fu for a few moves before he defeated her. He guessed that Chunzong had given him face and did not let Lin Fu lose so badly. He could not help but feel grateful. From afar, Qin Yi saluted Chunzong. Chunzong saw it and saluted back. Both of them knew what the other meant. Lin Fu's face was full of shame. She was not stupid. She had underestimated Chunzong from the very beginning, and now she had come to her senses. Let me fight you. At the same time, a black shadow flew up and landed on the ring. Chunzong's eyes narrowed and emitted a cold light. This person was a disciple of the Wanluo sect. He was also the one who took away some valuable treasures from his mustard seed bag and mocked him after the Tianyan secret land was closed. You've been in the limelight. Now it's time to go down. The man's eyes flashed with a dark luster. He smiled ferociously, grabbed a short sword, and swept toward Qinzong like a shadow. He stabbed the sword from the side of Qinzong's blind spot. Today we can settle the grievances of that day. Qinzong's indifferent voice sounded. The humiliation of that day was the humiliation of the sect, and also his own humiliation. It was just that he was not strong enough and could not resist, so he could only endure for a while. But now here, a mere disciple of the Wanluo sect dared to be so arrogant. Qinzong was not the kind of person who would smile after being beaten. When he could not take revenge, he would endure and wait for the right time. When he could take revenge, there was no need to endure, and he would take revenge quickly. The short sword stabbed from the side of Qinzong's blind spot, but he ignored it directly. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword, faster and fiercer, showing no mercy. The extremely sharp killing intent immediately chilled the heart of the disciple of the Wanluo sect. He did not dare to fight Qinzong with his life on the line. He immediately pulled back his sword and quickly swung it out. The short sword spun rapidly in his hand, cutting through everything like a wheel of swords. He wanted to block Qinzong's attack. Taking a step forward, the long sword trembled slightly, and a melodious sword hum seemed to come from the horizon. At first, it was weak, but it quickly became stronger. It was like the sound of the heavens, and it made people feel dizzy. Under the sword wheel of the Wanluo sect disciple was directly shattered, as if it was looking down on heaven and earth, and came to his face with irresistible force. With a bang, the Wanluo sect disciple was stabbed by Qinzong's sword and exploded, turning into a cloud of black smoke and dissipating. His real body, however, appeared a few meters away, pale and drenched in cold sweat. The sword just now made him feel that it was difficult to resist, and it contained a shocking, killing intent. If he had been hit, he would have been seriously injured if not killed. 1,000 bodies! With a low shout, the Wanluo sect disciple's body swayed, and countless black smoke rushed out of his body, quickly spreading out. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire circular arena, condensing into figures out of thin air. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, but the aura was the same. Although there were less than 1,000 of them, there were dozens of them. Every one of them emitted a cold and sharp aura as they moved quickly. As they intersected, they transformed into dozens of black lights that circled around Qinzong and launched their attacks. Qinzong stood in the center of the circular arena, withstanding the attacks from all directions, capturing all the movements of his opponents. With a strike of his sword, he shattered a black shadow, which turned into black smoke and dissipated, then reformed in the distance. You can't find me, and you can't deal with me. Feel the power of the 1,000 bodies. The Wanluo sect disciple laughed sinisterly, as if dozens of people were speaking at the same time, and the sound waves were the same, combining into accents, like a demonic sound that disturbed one's mind. The 1,000 bodies was a part of the Wanluo sect's Wanluo body. Once mastered, it would have amazing mysteries. After a few probing attacks, Qinzong grasped some of the mysteries of his opponent's body movement. One of them was the real body, while the others were fake, but it was difficult to distinguish them, and the fake figures would disperse after being hit, then reform again. This method worked on others, but it might not work on Qinzong. Closing his eyes, Qinzong carefully sensed with the floating dust around him. The aura of the real body and the fake body were the same, but the floating dust was different. In a few breaths, Qinzong had distinguished the real body from the fake body, but he remained calm and continued to attack one of the fake bodies, but the real body was right next to the fake body. Suddenly, the moment the sword was about to hit the fake body, it suddenly changed its trajectory and went straight for the real body. This strike gathered all the power of Qinzong's LV-1 genuine martial realm. The unsharpened, long sword slashed directly at the Wanluo sect disciple's body. caught off guard and defenseless, a terrifying power erupted and blasted into the disciple's body, causing severe damage. The disciple was sent flying and crashed into the protective force at the edge of the arena, spitting out blood continuously. He landed on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, looking dispirited and listless. He stood up with one hand holding the sword and the other hand covering his heart. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, even when he breathed. Knowing that he was no match for Chunzong, the 10,000 sifting sect disciple immediately retreated from the arena without the slightest hesitation, causing Chunzong to lose the chance to strike again and severely injure him. This won't end here. The Wanluo sect disciple stood outside the arena and said in a low voice, looking ferocious. Chunzong just glanced at him and didn't respond, because there was no need for him to respond. If he wanted revenge, he could do it. Chunzong's strength shocked the crowd, and they didn't challenge him again. The preliminary round of the unparalleled sword fight was more than half over, and most of the people had been eliminated in the end. This guy's swordsmanship is probably not only at LV1 of the Lingwu realm. Ancestor Tianhong thought to himself. The Jinghong sword sect was a sect of sword cultivators, and each of its core disciples could be called a sword genius. Even so, among the core disciples of the Jinghong sword sect, the one with the highest attainment in swordsmanship had just reached LV3 of the Lingwu realm. Even among the elders of the extreme mortal realm, some of them were at LV3 of the Lingwu realm. Of course, they had been practicing for many years and were more advanced. Only a few of the extreme mortal realm elders had reached LV3 of the divine realm. But Ancestor Tianhong himself had already surpassed the divine realm and the body and sword as one, reaching an even higher level. The high level of swordsmanship made Ancestor Tianhong's eyes even sharper, but Chunzong hadn't fully displayed it, so he couldn't see it all at once. But he was sure that it wasn't as simple as LV1 of the Lingwu realm. But Ancestor Tianhong wasn't in a hurry. It was just the preliminary round, and there was still the final round. Marquis Longjing watched without saying a word, and Chunzong was also in the list of people he was observing. As an expert in the way of the sword, Marquis Longjing's swordsmanship had also surpassed the body and sword as one. As for the king of the profound sky realm, he was calm and indifferent. Whether it was LV1 or LV3 of the Lingwu realm, none of them could attract his attention. There were 3 realms in the transcendent realm, and the gap between each realm was like a natural chasm. Some people could become extreme mortal realm experts, but they couldn't step into the earth spirit realm in their lifetime, and the profound sky realm was even more difficult. The gap between the true martial realm and the profound sky realm was even more indescribable. There were fewer and fewer martial artists on the sword pillars, and Chunzong defeated 3 more challengers in succession, standing on the 10th arena. This person's swordsmanship is too advanced. I'm not confident, so I can only challenge others. A disciple of the fleeting sword sect frowned in thought, and finally decided to give up the idea of challenging Chunzong. As the preliminary round progressed, the challengers became more cautious. Finally, all the challenges ended, and only 10 people stood on the 10 arenas. Without a doubt, they had become the champions. Chapter 496. Rumbling resounded incessantly as the 10 combat rings descended successively to be level with the indefinite platform. After that, the sword pillars vanished into the indefinite platform along with the indefinite platform. Immediately after, at the center of the indefinite stage, an even larger circular stage with 8 sword stands rose into the air. It was at least 1 kilometer in radius and 5 meters tall. A flight of stairs rose 100 meters away from the stage. It was 6 meters tall, the second flight of stairs was 7 meters tall, the third flight of stairs was 9 meters tall, and the fourth flight of stairs was 10 meters tall. There were a total of 4 rings of stairs, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time, without feeling crowded. Finally, round platforms with a radius of 10 meters flew up into the air, floating 50 to 100 meters above the ground. There was 1 person on each platform. They were the king of the profound sky realm, the earthly spirit realm expert of the fleeting sword sect, forefather Tian Hong, and the earthly spirit realm expert of the imperial family, Marquis Longjing. Besides them, there were also the extreme mortal realm experts of the fleeting sword sect and the extreme mortal realm experts of the fleeting sword sect. The 10 platforms at the bottom were empty, circling around the edges of the central arena. 10 people come up to the stage. As the voice of the extreme mortal realm warrior faded away, Chun Zong and the rest of the 10 people leapt into the air and landed on 10 circular platforms that were 20 meters high. Each platform had a number, which corresponded to the number of the 10 arenas. Chun Zong was on platform number 10. Activate the formation. Buzzing sounds rang through the clouds, and as the arena trembled, a transparent screen of light rose up from all directions. It gathered at the top, forming a huge, inverted transparent bowl. Traces of mysterious aura fluctuations spread out from the light screen. The main arena will limit the strength of the participants to the peak of LV9 true martial realm, and the strength of their physique will be limited to 1,000 jin. An elder of the Jinghong sword sect announced. The limit of LV9 of the genuine martial realm. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The peak of LV9 of the true martial realm was countless times stronger than the early stage of LV1 of the true martial realm. The more advanced a sword technique was, the more power it would require to unleash its full power. If one's cultivation was greatly restricted, they would only be able to unleash a small portion of its power. This meant that the final battle would be many times more exciting than the preliminary round. Among the 10 champions, Chun Zong's cultivation was the lowest at the late stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm. However, due to his own uniqueness and his advanced cultivation of the Zongheng skill, Chun Zong's true force was far stronger than that of an ordinary warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. The restriction of cultivation on the arena was based on the standard of the ordinary warriors in the real martial arts realm. In other words, such a restriction would not put Chun Zong at a disadvantage. The rules of the final battle are as follows. Each of you will compete against the other 9. If you win, you'll get 1 point. If you draw, you'll get 0 points. The final ranking will be decided based on the number of points you have. The elder of the fleeting sword sect announced. First round, number 1 versus number 2. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Long Chongyun, a member of the royal family on the first platform, and Qin Yi, a disciple of the Xianjun Palace on the second platform, leaped out of the platform at the same time and fell from the sky. Long Chongyun's body descended like a dragon, passing through the transparent light screen and landing on the main platform. Qin Yi, on the other hand, flew out like a gust of wind and landed on the main platform at the same time. The moment they passed through the light screen, their cultivation and physical strength were restricted to the same level. Long Chongyun moved his arms and legs a little to adapt to the restriction of his strength. He grabbed the big sword on the sword rack and placed it under his ribs with both hands. The body of the sword was facing forward. He kicked with both legs, and his true force erupted from his body. Along with a sharp roar, Long Chongyun's body and sword became one, turning into a dragon and breaking through the air. The big sword broke through the wind and fiercely attacked Qin Yi. Qin Yi held the thin, long sword in his hand. Between the trembling of the sword body swayed, bursting out countless sword chi and sword shadows. Each of them shot out and turned into an arc surrounding the sword body, which was amazingly sharp. As Qin Yi's sword fell, hundreds of sharp sword chi seemed to be chaotic, but it was also mysterious. In an instant, it blasted forward like a group of sword chi, and also like a sword chi hurricane. The chaotic sword has some skills, but it's not enough. Long Chongyun roared. Not only did he not change his move, but his sword was even more powerful. The golden dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, making an earth-shattering roar. Its momentum was amazing. Layers of sound waves spread out, as if they were scraping the air layer by layer. The dragon's claws fiercely clawed and crushed dozens of extremely sharp sword chi, but the other sword chi slashed on the dragon's body, cutting open wounds. The dragon collapsed, and the sword chi dissipated. The big sword and the thin sword approached each other. At the moment when they were about to collide, Long Changyin grinned. His joints bulged, and the blue veins on the back of his hands were like pythons. He slashed at Qin Yi in a more violent manner. Long Changyun's cultivation method and swordsmanship were mainly fierce and domineering. They were very powerful in a head-on fight. Even if the power of his cultivation was limited, the power of his cultivation method still existed and was not weakened at all. Qin Yi's arm trembled, and his body and sword became one. He quickly and sharply bypassed Long Changyun's sword and leaped from it. His long sword shook, and countless sharp sword lights slashed at Long Changyun's head. Long Changyun's arms moved the sword, and he changed from a forward to an upward slash. He was like a dragon rising into the sky, with amazing power and mighty power. Qin Yi's cultivation method and swordsmanship were destined to be unsuitable for him to fight with Long Changyun head-on. That would be giving up his own advantage. In a few blinks of an eye, Long Changyun and Qin exchanged hundreds of moves in a square inch. The people around them all stared with their eyes wide open and held their breath. It was too thrilling. Whether it was Long Changyun or Qin Yi, their swordsmanship was at the first level of Lingwu, the second level of body and sword unity. There were 3 levels of body and sword unity, and the gap between each level was obvious. Some people practiced to the 3rd level of the first level, but as a result, they could not break through to the 2nd level in their whole life. In a Lingwu realm, every move and every style seemed to be alive and had some kind of spirituality. I have a title called Tyrant Dragon Sword, and this move is called Tyrant Dragon Sky Strike. With a roar of Long Changyun, he waved his sword, and a golden dragon seemed to tear the sky, with endless power, and fiercely rushed to Qin Yi in the ring. Qin Yi's eyes flashed with blue sword light, and he looked directly at the overbearing dragon. He clasped the sword in his hand, and the sword chi overflowed. Immediately, he raised his sword. Chaos, 1,000 blades. As Qin Yi's voice sounded, as if it was the end, thousands of swords broke through the air, crisscrossing between the swords like a hurricane of destruction, with unparalleled horror blasted toward the golden Jiao dragon. The golden Jiao dragon trembled as it was cut into 1,000 pieces by the terrifying sword edge. Then it shattered into pieces. Break! Long Changyun's voice sounded from the sky, and behind the golden dragon, his sword slashed down fiercely. The golden sword light was like the sun hanging in the sky, like a falling star. The remaining sword light was smashed, and the golden sword light fell with unparalleled overbearingness. This time, Qin Yi did not dodge, but looked up and waved his long sword. The body and the sword were one, and the whole person exuded an amazing sharpness. Invincible, chaos, returned to one cut. All the power was gathered in this sword. The long sword in Qin Yi's hand was trembling at an indescribable speed, directly tearing the sky and slashing out. Under the sword, there seemed to be a strange flash of black. The chaos sword technique of the Xianjun Palace is indeed unique. Ancestor Tian Hong nodded secretly. The golden sword light was torn apart, and the sword slashed down with irresistible force like a hot knife through butter. The sword light dissipated, and Long Changyun's body rushed to the sky uncontrollably, hit the top of the light curtain, and then fell down. When he fell to the arena, he stabilized his body, but his chi and blood were shaking, and his true force fluctuations were scattered. When he was about to recover, a sword seemed to come from the sky, and Long Changyun's hair stood on end. He barely raised the sword in front of him, and the sword light directly cut on the sword. The terrible power surged, and the sharp edge was peerless. It penetrated his body, and made Long Changyun feel that he was cut in two in an instant, and he could not resist the tyrannical power. His whole body flew out in the turbulent chi and blood, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath was weak. He won. In the audience, Lin Fu could not help but clench her fist, and she was overjoyed. Shenzong was not surprised. Qin Yi's swordsmanship was indeed stronger than Long Changyun's, so it was not a big deal for him to win. But even so, it was not easy to win. Qin Yi had done his best. You've won this battle. Long Changyun got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said without discouragement. As his voice fell, suddenly, 2 rays of light fell from the light curtain, shining on Long Changyun and Qin Yi. In a few breaths, their injuries were healed, and they also replenished their energy. Qin Yi just smiled and did not say anything. However, in his opinion, a win was a win, and there was no luck to speak of. Number 1 and number 2, leave the main arena. Number 3 and number 4, come on stage. Number 3 was the disciple of the Jinghong sword sect, traceless sword Yi Jingfeng. In the last matchless sword battle, Yi Jingfeng was ranked 3rd. After 3 years of cultivation, not only was his strength stronger, but his swordsmanship was also more profound. Number 4 was the disciple of the Wanluo sect, Wanxiang sword Li Shiyan. In the last matchless sword battle, he was ranked 9th. The difference between 9th and 3rd was not small. Facing Yi Jingfeng, Li Shiyan's face was serious because they had fought in the last matchless sword battle, and he knew very well how powerful Yi Jingfeng was. Although after 3 years, his swordsmanship had improved a little, and it was more profound, Yi Jingfeng's talent was outstanding, and he was trained in a sect that specialized in swordsmanship. He would definitely not be stagnant. Taking a step back, his improvement in the past 3 years would at most catch up with Yi Jingfeng 3 years ago. The chances of winning were very low, but even so, he would not admit defeat. Chapter 497. Wanxiang's sword Li Shiyan's expression was serious. He held his black sword and took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Take this," he shouted in a low voice, but it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. He raised his sword and attacked. The sword radiance was like a bolt of black lightning striking towards Yi Jingfeng. It was fast and ruthless. It was just one strike, but it carried the aura of thousands of soldiers and horses. It was as if thousands of elephants were galloping. The pressure from the attack was like an invisible wall of swords crushing down. As soon as he made his move, Li Shiyan took out his best sword move and went all out. Yi Jingfeng's expression was still calm, as if he could not feel the pressure at all. He waited until the black lightning sword radiance was right in front of him before he raised his sword and swung it. However, the sword radiance could not be seen. That was how the traceless sword got its name. Not only was the sword fast, but it was also ingenious. With a combination of all kinds of mysteries, Yi Jingfeng's sword was traceless. Once the traceless sword was used, Li Shiyan's sword technique was broken. The aura of thousands of elephants dissipated in an instant. The sword also became ordinary and did not pose any threat. Yi Jingfeng naturally would not let Li Shiyan use his sword. He swung his sword a second time, but there was still no sword radiance or shadow. Li Shiyan's expression became more serious. He swung his black sword and formed thousands of sword radiances to defend himself. The difference in sword techniques made it difficult for Li Shiyan to detect Yi Jingfeng's sword. He could only use this method to defend himself. The traceless sword is not bad. Chunzong's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Even though they were far apart, Chunzong's sword technique was very high. He could more or less see the sword radiance. The traceless sword could not be truly traceless. Li Shiyan used all his strength to defend against this attack. However, Yi Jingfeng swung his sword again. This time, it was faster and harder to defend against. If there was no restriction on their strength, Li Shiyan would not be Yi Jingfeng's opponent. However, in this situation where both of their strengths were restricted to the same level, Yi Jingfeng would have to use a few more strikes to defeat Li Shiyan. Li Shiyan could only defend himself. He could not fight back at all because he could not even catch Yi Jingfeng's sword radiance. After 9 swords, Li Shiyan was finally unable to resist and was defeated by Yi Jingfeng. It could be said that he was completely at a disadvantage. With an ugly face, Li Shiyan angrily leaped up and returned to the 4th platform. Yi Jingfeng also landed on the 3rd platform. The next battle was about to begin. Number 5 was the Imperial family's disciple, Long Wu sword, Long Xuanwu. Number 6 was the graceful sword Sex Heavenly Rainbow Sword, Tang Yin. Both Long Xuanwu and Tang Yin were women. Long Xuanwu wore a tight, dark golden armor that perfectly accentuated her sexy figure. Her round and slender legs looked strong and powerful. She looked like a heroine, like a valkyrie on the battlefield. Tang Yin's appearance was above Long Xuanwu's, but her figure under the white robe was not as hot as Long Xuanwu's. Her temperament was also different from Long Xuanwu's. Long Xuanwu grabbed a fiery red longsword from the sword rack, while Tang Yin picked up a green longsword. Both of them did not speak. Long Xuanwu raised her eyebrows slightly, and a fiery red light flashed through her eyes. With a shout, her sword pierced through the air. The fiery red sword light was like a red dragon dancing in the air. It had an indescribable beauty. Tang Yin also drew her sword. Her cyan-long sword shot out, like a cyan rainbow permeating the platform, emitting a mesmerizing halo. The dance of the dragon's swordsmanship was very powerful, but it also carried with it a unique technique, which was rotation. Thus, every sword strike was like a fiery red flood dragon dancing. Not only was it beautiful, but its power was also astonishing. Tang Yan's sword technique was like a rainbow in the sky, spreading out one after another. Tang Yin was ranked 3rd in the last competition, while Long Xuanwu was ranked 10th. However, in these 3 years, Tang Yan's improvement was limited, while Long Xuanwu's improvement was very significant. Therefore, the gap between the two was shortened. Fight, fight, fight. It was extremely intense. Long Xuanwu's sword, Tang Yan's sword. The battle between the two was very thrilling, but also very pleasing to the eye. Heavenly Rainbow Sky. As the battle reached its climax, Tang Yin unleashed her ultimate move. She slashed out with her sword, and countless cyan rainbows spread out, covering the entire platform. Dragon Dance of 1,000 Changes. Long Xuanwu also used her ultimate move. She turned into a fiery red dragon and stirred up waves. Green rainbows shot down. In the end, Tang Yan's skill was still better, and she defeated Long Xuanwu with a slight advantage. The gap between you and me has narrowed. Next time, I will definitely defeat you, Long Xuanwu said. Next, it was the battle between number 7 and number 8. Number 7 was the core disciple of the Eternal Sky Sword Sect, Li Qinglu. He did not belong to the Jinghong Sword Sect. The Eternal Sky Sword Formation was also a sect of the Jinghong House. It was also a sword cultivator sect, but it was a lower level one. However, its overall strength was much higher than the Unhindered Sword Sect. Number 8 was a member of the royal family, Long Xuani. He was ranked 4th in the last competition. Long Xuani and Long Xuanwu were brother and sister. The two of them were dressed similarly. The only difference was that Long Xuanwu had a hot figure, while Long Xuani was tall and powerful. He looked like an invincible general on the battlefield. With a giant sword in hand, he pointed it at Li Qinglu. Li Qinglu's blue sword robe rippled slightly, as if it was water. Fight! Long Xuani and Li Qinglu attacked at the same time. The sword was so violent that it swept up a cloud of dust and sand. It turned into a flood dragon that broke through the air. The roar of the dragon was unparalleled, causing the entire arena to shake. However, the surface of the arena was reinforced by the power of a transcendent realm master, so it was impossible for anything below the transcendent realm to damage it. Li Qinglu's sword was fast and condensed into a single line. It was as if nothing could resist it. In the blink of an eye, the sword light tore through Long Xuani's violent flood dragon sword light and reached him in an instant. Long Xuani's giant sword danced, bringing with it a roar of wind. The terrifying power was like a torrent and a landslide, fiercely bombarding Li Qinglu. Li Qinglu had not participated in the last matchless sword competition. He usually kept a low profile, so not many people knew of his abilities. It could be said that this was the first time he fought in front of everyone. Not bad. He has completely grasped the essence of the Eternal Sky sword style and derived his own variations. Ancestor Tian Hong nodded secretly. Li Qinglu was a good seedling. As for Long Xuanyi, of course, he was not bad either. However, he was a direct descendant of the royal family. His identity made it impossible for him to join another sect. No matter how violent or tyrannical Long Xuanyi's sword technique was, Li Qingliu's expression was indifferent. His sword light was extremely condensed, as fine as a strand of hair, but extremely sharp. There was nothing it could not destroy. Traces of sword light bloomed on the arena. Li Qinglu did not move, but he broke all of Long Xuanyi's attacks. After a long battle, Long Xuanyi used his ultimate move. Li Qinglu also used his ultimate move. Ultimate moves collided with ultimate moves. It was a battle of sword techniques. He won. Chunzong thought, his gaze falling on Li Qinglu. Between the two, it was obvious that Li Qingliu's sword technique was more profound. The sword light tore through, and Long Xuanyi was defeated. The fifth battle was about to begin. Number 9 was Yang Fan, a disciple of the graceful sword sect, and number 10 was Chunzong, the sword son of the unhindered sword sect. Whether it was Yang Fan or Chunzong, it was their first time participating in the matchless sword competition. Before this, they were not famous. It was a battle between newcomers. Like before, many people were guessing who would win. Yang Fan. Although that Chunzong is not bad, the foundation of the unhindered sword sect cannot be compared to the graceful sword sect. I think so too. Not necessarily. Who knows? Maybe Chunzong will win. Brother Chun is about to go on stage. Let me see how strong your sword technique is. Qin Yi's gaze fell on Chunzong. In his opinion, in the battle with Yang Fan, Chunzong must use all his strength. Yang Fan looked ordinary, but his eyes were extremely sharp. It was as if they contained the tip of a sword. Ordinary warriors could not look at him directly. Amidst the radiance, Yang Fan charged towards Chunzong with his sword in hand. The sword light was as swift and light as a flying swan, like a white steed flashing across a gap. In an instant, it had already crossed more than 10 meters and pierced towards Chunzong's face. After the upper limit of cultivation, the power of the graceful sword technique was even stronger. Chunzong swung his sword and easily hit Yang Fan's sword. There was no way to dodge. The two swords collided and made a sharp sound. Countless sparks flew. What an accurate sword! The elders of the graceful sword sect were a little surprised. They had all practiced the graceful sword technique and knew deeply about the amazing speed of the graceful sword technique. It was extremely difficult to hit the sword of the graceful sword technique, especially when the two were at the same cultivation level. This also showed that Chunzong's sword technique was much better than Yang Fan's. The difference in cultivation level allowed Chunzong to do this. Yang Fan's expression did not change. He attacked again and performed the graceful sword technique to the extreme. One sword followed by another. The white sword light was like a flying swan. It came from all directions and attacked Chunzong. Chunzong did not move. He just waved his sword slowly and destroyed every sword that came from Yang Fan. Yang Fan's sword technique was only at the first level of the Lingwu realm. Chunzong's sword technique was at the second level of the Zhaoxian realm. The difference between the two was like a chasm. Yang Fan might not be able to reach the Zhaoxian realm in his entire life, let alone the second level. Even if Chunzong did not use all his sword techniques, Yang Fan would not be able to compare. Graceful sword technique. With a low shout, Yang Fan attacked with all his strength. Countless white sword lights gathered to form a majestic sword light. Not only was it extremely fast, it also contained an extremely shocking power. It arrived with a loud bang and seemed to want to crush Chunzong in a powder. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open or squinted. They wanted to see how Chunzong would deal with this sword, especially the disciples of the graceful sword sect. He's going to win. A graceful sword sect disciple whispered. He definitely can't take the graceful sword technique, another graceful sword sect disciple said. Chapter 498. The white sword light carried an amazing power, and the surrounding ripples were surging and the roaring sound was getting sharper and sharper. It was like a 10,000-ton water falling from a height of 10,000 meters, and it was like a comet bombarding from the sky. In the eyes of everyone, this was an extremely powerful sword. It was the interpretation of Yang Fan's full strength and realm. It could be said to be the ultimate interpretation. But in the eyes of Qinzong, there were many flaws in this sword. This was the suppression of the realm, waving his hand and sword. It seemed like a sword, but in fact, in an instant, he had already stabbed dozens of times, hitting the white sword light like a torrent. At the same time, the majestic sword light also bombarded Qinzong. In the crowd's exclamation, the white sword light seemed to be illusory, like smoke rushing through Qinzong's body, but it did not cause the slightest damage. This is impossible. What happened? They were all surprised, especially the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect, who were even more confused. The Jinghong sword was a powerful skill, but it failed. Could it be that this boy's swordsmanship has reached? Tianhong's eyes narrowed slightly, but he was not sure, because it was too amazing. Even the most outstanding disciple of the Jinghong sword sect did not reach that level. The Jinghong sword was broken, and Qinzong's sword fell on Yang Fan's neck. If it was a battle of life and death, Yang Fan would have died. There was no doubt that Qinzong won, and he won very beautifully. Qin Yi suddenly found that he still couldn't see through Qinzong's swordsmanship, but he was sure that it was higher than his own. Such a feeling of shame was even more obvious. Before, he even wanted to teach Qinzong, but now he thought it was ridiculous. Immediately, Qin Yi's heart gave birth to a trace of fighting spirit. Fighting with a master will undoubtedly be more helpful to oneself. Traceless sword Yi Jingfeng stared at Qinzong with a trace of surprise and a trace of fighting spirit. Qinzong realized that after he won, the light curtain had a power that instantly replenished the energy he had consumed. At the end of the first round, number 2 Qin Yi, number 3 Yi Jingfeng, number 6 Tang Yin, number 7 Li Qinglu, and number 10 Qinzong each won 1 point, while the other 5 lost and got 0 points. After a short rest, the second round began. Number 1 Long Changyin versus number 3 Yi Jingfeng. Long Changyin is going to lose again. Yi Jingfeng will definitely win. Just as everyone had said, Long Changyin tried his best to attack. But even though his attacks were fierce and powerful, they all dissipated under Yi Jingfeng's sword, like smoke being blown by a breeze. The contrast between fierceness and gentleness was very strong. Yi Jingfeng's sword was traceless. Not only did it disintegrate all of Long Changyun's attacks, but it also counterattacked. Long Changyun was only able to defend himself. Long Changyun was defeated. After losing 2 rounds in a row, Long Changyun's face turned ugly. Yi Jingfeng, on the other hand, was calm. In his opinion, his victory was inevitable. In the second round of the second round, number 2 Qin Yi against number 4 Li Shiyun. Kill! Li Shiyun shouted in a low voice. His black longsword transformed into a black thunderbolt, carrying the ferocious aura of 10,000 elephants. The sword light was overbearing and violent, incomparably tyrannical. Li Shiyun used his full strength to defeat his opponent and obtain a point. Qin Yi's expression did not change. As he waved his long sword, countless sword lights and qi surrounded him, turning into a hurricane of sword light that broke through the air. In the last round, Li Shiyun was ranked below Qin Yi. The chaotic sword technique was performed. The sword light seemed chaotic, but it was sharp and unparalleled. It cut through everything, cutting Li Shiyun's sword light into pieces. However, the gap between the two was not that big. They were evenly matched. The sword light swept across the arena, leaving white scratches on the ground and then dissipating. When it hit the light curtain, it rippled slightly and then calmed down. 10,000 elephants thunder. Li Shiyun used his ultimate move. His sword struck out, but it was as if thousands of thunderbolts had struck down. It was so terrifying that it could destroy the world. Chaotic sword returned to 1 slash. The ultimate moves collided. Countless thunderbolts were shattered. The sharp sword light with extreme sharpness rushed toward Li Shiyun and sent him flying again. At the same time, several thunderbolt-like sword lights bombarded Qin Yi's body and sent him flying. It seemed that both sides were injured, but Li Shiyun staggered and could not fight. Qin Yi took a breath and attacked again. The sharp sword light broke through the air and sent Li Shiyun flying again. Qin Yi won, and Li Shiyun lost twice. In the third round of the second round, it was number 5 against number 7. Number 5 Long Xuanwu and number 7 Li Qinglu. As soon as she got on the arena, Long Xuanwu grabbed the fiery red long sword from the last battle and made a move. It turned into a red dragon sword light and rose into the air. It danced in the air and then struck down. It seemed that it was a little more brilliant than the last battle. Li Qinglu still stood in the same place and made a move. The highly condensed sword light broke through the air like a strand of hair. The Eternal Heavenly Sword Sect's Eternal Heavenly Sword technique was focused on condensing one's strength to a high degree. The true power that was cultivated from the matching technique also pursued the condensation of strength. Under the activation of this technique, the might of the Eternal Heavenly Sword technique would be even stronger. Under the sword light, it seemed that even the void was cut open. Li Qinglu showed amazing sharpness and cut through all of Long Xuanwu's sword moves. Kill, kill, kill. The Eternal Sky sword technique was endless. Long Xuanwu was wrapped in the fiery red sword light. It was like a dragon protecting her body and resisting Li Qingliu's attack. Long Xuanwu was defeated with one sword slash. Long Xuanwu was indescribably depressed. She lost the first round, and now she lost the second round. The fourth round of the second round was number 6 against number 9. Number 6 was Tang Yin, and number 9 was Yang Fan. Both of them were disciples of the Jinghong sword sect and knew each other. "Senior sister, please don't show mercy," Yang Fan begged. "Okay." Tang Yin's reply was even more direct. Originally, Tang Yin had planned to hold back and let Yang Fan suffer a better defeat on account of the fact that they were fellow apprentices. Both of them cultivated the Jinghong sword technique, but their styles were different. Once Tang Yin used her full strength, the green sword light filled the sky like a rainbow and attacked Yang Fan from all directions. Yang Fan could only wave his sword to defend, unable to counterattack. After 10 swords, Yang Fan was defeated by Tang Yin. "Thank you, senior sister." In the end, Yang Fan cupped his hands to Tang Yin. The fifth round of the second round was number 8 against number 10. Number 8 was Long Xuani, and number 10 was Chunzong. In this matchless sword battle, I feel that the biggest highlight is Li Qinglu and Chunzong. That's right. Both of them were unknown before, but after this matchless sword battle, their names will spread throughout the Jinghong house, and even to other houses. Dragon Roar style, Long Xuani held his giant sword and slashed at Chunzong. The giant sword light was accompanied by a soul-stirring roar that turned into sound waves. Dragon Head Splitting Mountain. Immediately after, Long Xuani used his second move, body and sword as one. The golden dragon head followed the previous golden sound wave sword light and slashed towards Chunzong. Chunzong swung his sword, smashing the first sword light through the opening, then followed up with a second. After several failures, Long Xuani's figure leapt up. Falling Dragon Strike. He suddenly swung the giant sword downwards, gathering all the strength in his body and falling down from the sky. It was like a golden meteor, violently blazing, smashing towards Chunzong. With a loud bang, the entire arena shook violently as countless ripples spread out from Long Xuani's body. If it weren't for the protection of his transcendent realm strength, the entire arena would have already been torn apart. Long Xuani didn't stop there. Holding the giant sword with both hands, he suddenly spun it like a hurricane, creating a storm of golden blades that filled the whole ring. He had seen the battle between Chunzong and Yang Fan and guessed that Chunzong was very good at finding openings, so he used this kind of large-scale attack that was even more difficult to resist. Chunzong leapt into the air, avoiding Long Xuani's large-scale attack. "Good!" Long Xuani roared, his eyes blazing with a golden light. He raised his head and locked onto Chunzong, who was dozens of meters in the air. His muscles and bones trembled, and his violent true chi burst out once again. Rising Dragon Void / Big Brother is using his final move. Long Xuanwu's eyes lit up. Long Xuanyi was called the Rising Dragon Sword because of this sword. Body and sword as one. Long Xuanyi's whole body seemed to have merged into the giant sword. The giant golden dragon head soared into the sky, and his body was like a golden flame tail. Boom! Boom! The air trembled as countless ripples spread out in all directions. Every ripple was filled with a powerful explosive power, causing the surrounding air to tremble endlessly like a raging river or an overturning sea. A powerful sword, a sword that bet on victory. Long Xuanyi didn't hold back at all. Rising Dragon Void / This sword was not only domineering and violent, but it also had a special characteristic, which was that it was difficult to dodge, or even impossible to dodge. Chunzong felt that he was locked onto, as if he was facing an ancient dragon. That kind of terrifying aura almost made him breathless. In an instant, Chunzong judged that with his limited cultivation, it would be difficult to dodge. However, under the divine, profound realm, there was no need to dodge. Long Xuanyi thought that Chunzong's ability to see through the flaws was due to a special technique, but he didn't know that it was due to the difference in realms. The flaws on the golden dragon's head were very obvious in his eyes. Sword. Unhindered sword technique, looking down on heaven and earth. Every sword was the perfect combination of strength and speed. Every sword was pushed by the unhindered true power, and it became even more domineering, directly attacking the flaws of the Rising Dragon Void / The golden dragon head paused slightly under Chunzong's sword light, as if it was frozen in midair. Then, with a bang, it exploded like a cloud of dust or a firework, turning into countless golden streams that spread out. They drew a beautiful trajectory in midair and landed on the stage. It was like a blooming golden flower, and Chunzong and his sword were like the center of the flower. Long Xuanyi was dumbfounded. Long Xuanwu was dumbfounded, and the three extreme mortal realm fighters from the Pure Grace House were also dumbfounded. Marquis Longjing's face didn't change, but his eyes were filled with astonishment. He was well aware of the Dragon Whirlwind's abilities, and he had even praised the Rising Dragon Empyrean / before. Such a powerful strike was actually broken so easily. Furthermore, it was broken through by following the flaw. The profoundness behind it was worth investigating. Chapter 499. Li Qingliu's sword can cut through all attacks, while Chunzong seems to be able to find the flaws in other people's swordsmanship and defeat them. I wonder who would win if the two of them were to fight each other. It's hard to say, but they will fight sooner or later. In the midst of the discussion, the third round of the final battle began. The first round was between number 1 and number 10. Long Chongyun clenched his sword, but he didn't attack with his swordsmanship as before. After watching Chunzong's two fights, he was quite afraid of Chunzong's ability to find flaws. Although he was confident, he wasn't so conceited that his swordsmanship was flawless. Once he attacked, his opponent would probably find his flaws and defeat him. It had to be said that Long Chongyun was under a lot of pressure even before the battle began. He didn't even realize that he had become a little timid. Long Chongyun didn't attack because he didn't want Chunzong to find his flaws, but Chunzong could take the initiative to attack him. With his keen eyesight and experience, Chunzong could see Long Chongyun's state at a glance. However, he didn't intend to remind Long Chongyun, because even if he did, it wouldn't change the result. He waved his long sword, and the sword light broke through the air. Long Chongyun's eyes were filled with a flash of silver sword light. It was so dazzling that he couldn't look at it directly. When he consciously waved his sword to defend himself, he felt that his glabella was gently touched. A piercing coldness penetrated his brain, and his whole brain seemed to be frozen. In an instant, he was in a trance, and his consciousness seemed to fall into a dark abyss. Number 10 wins. The voice came from the sky and floated in the air. Only then did Long Changyun come to his senses. He touched his glabella and seemed to feel a tingling pain. He was defeated. It was too clean. A sense of frustration arose spontaneously and was written all over his face. Long Changyun felt very miserable because he had been defeated 3 times in a row. That's too fast. He won so easily. It seems that it's not advisable to deal with Chunzong in a passive way. For a moment, the other champions all looked dignified because they would have to fight with Chunzong sooner or later, and the outcome would be unpredictable. The second round of the third round, number 2 against number 9. Qin Yi waved his long sword, and countless sharp sword lights surrounded his body and turned into a destructive hurricane. Immediately, the next sword directly cut down dozens of sword lights in a straight line, continuous. Yang Fan also used the Jinghong sword art. The white sword light flew out like a flying swan. Both sides attacked each other, and their swords clashed. But in the end of the day, Qin Yi defeated Yang Fan and accumulated 3 points. As for Yang Fan, he lost 3 rounds in a row and didn't get any points. The third round of the third round of the third round. Number 3, Yi Jingfeng, Yi, Long Xuanyi of number 8. The gap of 13 swords of a defeated to defeat to the 4th match of the third round was between number 4 and number 6. Number 4, number 6 Li of Tang, Li of Li Qingliu's, to be, of Jin Jinghao to be to win, and the is Long Xuanyi used her unique skill, but she was defeated by Li Qingliu's sword. Li Qinglu accumulated 3 points, but Long Xuanyi still had 0 points. So far, Yi Jingfeng, Qin Yi, Tang Yin, Li Qinglu, and Chunzong have won in a row, each accumulating 3 points, and the other 5 still have 0 points. This almost means that the top 5 will be born from Yi Jingfeng and the others. The 4th round of the final battle began soon. At the end of this round of 5, Yi Jingfeng, Qin Yi, Tang Yin, Li Qinglu, and Chunzong each accumulated 4 points, and the other 5 still had 0 points. The first round of the 5th round, Long Changyun against Tang Yin. After a fierce battle, he was defeated by Tang Yin. The second round of the 5th round, Qin Yi against Chunzong. We've finally matched. Someone's winning streak is going to be broken. In my opinion, it's Qin Yi. Yes, Chunzong's swordsmanship is too strong, and Qin Yi is inferior. Chunzong is not Brother Qin's opponent. Lin Fu was not convinced. She retorted loudly. Brother Chun, you hit it so well. Facing Chunzong, Qin Yi's face showed a trace of a bitter smile. You didn't ask. Chunzong smiled faintly. Well, then Brother Chun, please advise me. Qin Yi said. The bitter smile on his face disappeared, and his face became serious. His eyes were shining with astonishing sharpness, and there was an extremely sharp sword qi around his body. Please. Chunzong saluted with his fist, and then pointed his sword at Qin Yi. Immediately, Qin Yi's face changed slightly, and he felt that he was being penetrated. Chaotic sword, 1,000 blades. As soon as he made his move, Qin Yi used one of the unique skills of the chaotic sword technique, and he pushed his sword to the extreme. Thousands of extremely sharp sword qi broke through the air and slashed toward Chunzong, as if they were endless. Chaotic sword, returned to 1 cut. Qin Yi knew that the 1,000 blades alone was not enough to defeat Chunzong. After the 1,000 blades, he once again gathered his strength and used a more powerful unique skill, returned to 1 cut. The condensed sword qi was highly compressed and turned into a dazzling brilliance with endless sharpness. It was as if the ring was divided into 2. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yi changed to holding the sword with both hands. The long sword was in front of him, and his eyes flashed with green light. His long hair was blowing without wind, like a flame burning fiercely. Every strand of hair seemed to become a sword qi, exuding an amazing sharpness. The sharpness of the whole body poured into the long sword in his hand, and the unsharpened, long sword burst out with an incomparable sharpness in an instant. Chaotic sword. Edgeless cut. Brother Qin, come on. Lin Fu was so excited that her face was red. Edgeless cut, the last unique skill of the chaotic sword technique, the most tyrannical sword. Qin, he had already practiced and understood the essence of it. All the true qi of the whole body poured into this sword, and the sharpness of the whole body was not reserved. It was the strongest sword strike, a sword strike that condensed all of his spirit and faith. It was truly an indestructible sword strike that could break through anything. When this sword was used, Qin Yi suddenly had a feeling of sublimation, as if the realm of his swordsmanship had been improved. But Qin Yi, who was single-minded, did not have the mind to care about other things. With this sword, he defeated Chen Zong. After Chen Zong broke the 1,000 blades and the return to one cut, facing the edgeless cut, his eyes flashed a trace of light. Very strong sword. Chen Zong could not help but secretly think that there were originally 5 flaws in this sword, but suddenly reduced to 3. But a flaw is a flaw. Even if there is only one, it can be broken. In an instant, 100 swords broke through the air, and the speed was even more amazing. Each sword pointed at the same flaw of the edgeless cut. The power of the 100 swords was unparalleled, and directly defeated the edgeless cut. Qin Yi, who had used all his strength to perform the edgeless cut, had a short blank period and was unable to resist. Brother Chun, you are really good. Qin Yi's face once again showed a trace of a bitter smile. You let me win. Chen Zong smiled slightly. I was right. Qin Yi is really not Chen Zong's opponent. Chen Zong is too strong. I don't know what level his swordsmanship has reached. I think it is at least the 2nd level of the Lingwu realm. Lin Fu's face was pale. Qin Yi's defeat shattered the last trace of luck in her heart. When she thought of her previous contempt for Chen Zong, she felt a sense of extreme shame. Yi Jingfeng looked at Chen Zong, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. The 3rd round of the 5th round was between Yi Jingfeng and Li Qinglu. This was another exciting point because until now, Yi Jingfeng had maintained a complete victory, and Li Qinglu had also maintained a complete victory, and both of them gave the feeling that they had not used their full strength. This time, we should be able to see their full strength. I don't know who is stronger. Even though his opponent was Li Qinglu, Yi Jingfeng was still as calm as ever. It was as if nothing could faze him. Li Qinglu, on the other hand, was a bit dignified. His opponent was Yi Jingfeng. As a disciple of the Eternal Sky Sword Clan, Li Qinglu knew a lot about the strong disciples of the Jinghong Sword Clan, and Yi Jingfeng was one of them. Please enlighten me. This was the first time Li Qinglu had taken the initiative to speak since the start of the battle. Yi Jingfeng just nodded slightly, and then he drew his sword. The sword was traceless, and it disappeared without a trace. Li Qinglu's face was dignified, and his eyes flashed. His sword broke through the air. In an instant, it split into dozens of swords. Each sword was a sharp silk thread that cut the air and quickly spread out. Even someone as strong as Li Qinglu could not detect Yi Jingfeng's sword marks. He could only use this method to defend himself. It had to be said that Li Qinglu was indeed very strong when he used his full strength. He blocked Yi Jingfeng's first sword strike, but then Yi Jingfeng used the 2nd and 3rd sword strikes. One sword strike after another, as if there was no end to it. However, Li Qinglu could not see the sword marks. He could only feel a trace of sharpness. Li Qinglu's body flashed, and for the first time, he used his movement technique. His movement technique was as sharp as his sword art. He turned into a line and quickly retreated. At the same time, hundreds of sword-light threads shot out, blocking Yi Jingfeng's sword once again. Facing Yi Jingfeng, Li Qinglu could only defend himself continuously. It was hard for him to form an effective counterattack. In the end, Li Qinglu was defeated after a few more strikes. What an amazing, traceless sword. Chen Zong squinted his eyes, thinking about the mysteries behind it. The 4th battle of the 5th round began, and then the 5th battle of the 5th round began. At the end of the 5th round, Yi Jingfeng, Chen Zong, and Tang Yin each had 5 points. Qin Yi and Li Qinglu had 4 points. Li Shiyun and Long Xuanyi had 1 point each. Long Xuanwu, Yang Fan, and Long Changyan still had 0 points. Then, the 6th round began. Qin Yi versus Yi Jingfeng. Qin Yi's swordsmanship was at the first level of the second stage of the body and sword union. However, Yi Jingfeng's swordsmanship was at the second level of the body and sword union. The swordsmanship that they practiced was of the same level. If they had the same level of cultivation, Yi Jingfeng would undoubtedly be stronger. Facing Yi Jingfeng's traceless sword, Qin Yi had a hard time defending himself. In the end, he was unavoidably defeated. Then, there was the battle between Tang Yin and Li Qinglu. Jinghong's sword art versus Chang Tian's sword art. Li Qingliu's sword was extremely sharp. His sword broke through the air and gradually suppressed Tang Yin. Then, he defeated Tang Yin. Chapter 500. At the end of the 6th round, Yi Jingfeng and Chun Zong were still undefeated, with 6 points each. Li Qinglu and Tang Yin still had 5 points. Qin Yi had 4 points. Li Shiyun and Long Xuanyi had 2 points each, and the other 3 still had 0 points. I think the first and second place will be between Yi Jingfeng and Chun Zong. That's not necessarily true. Li Qinglu is not weak at all. Chun Zong may not be able to defeat him. The 7th round had begun. There needed to be an answer as to who was stronger between Chun Zong and Li Qinglu. Facing Chun Zong, Li Qingliu's expression turned serious. He took a step forward, and his body was like a sword piercing through the air, rushing straight at Chun Zong. His body and sword became one as he slashed out. The sword light that was condensed to the extreme was like a straight line cutting through the air, instantly spreading towards Chun Zong and filling his eyes. Chun Zong raised his hand and waved his sword. He broke Li Qingliu's sword light with 1 strike. Then the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sword light pierced through the air. One after another, it was endless. It was like silk covering the entire arena. Chun Zong did not fight back. Instead, he kept moving around and waving his sword to defend against Li Qingliu's long sky sword technique. This time, Chun Zong can't do it. It looks like his winning streak is going to be broken. Chun Zong's reaction made everyone talk about it. It was different from the previous 6 battles. It was a sign that he was completely suppressed by Li Qinglu. What they didn't know was that Chun Zong was actually experiencing the mysteries of Li Qingliu's sword technique. Chun Zong was very interested in this kind of extremely condensed technique. He just watched from aside. It was not clear enough. He had to experience it himself. Li Qinglu showed his full strength. He used all of his long sky sword technique. Each strike was sharper than the last. The feeling of attacking with all his strength made him feel carefree. Although Chun Zong had been defending passively, he didn't feel much pressure. He was constantly learning the skills and changes of each sword. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged thousands of moves, but there was still no clear winner. Li Qinglu was still attacking, and every move of his sword was extremely sharp. The white sword light was like hair in all directions, forming a big net between the crisscrossing swords, and Chun Zong was in the center of the big net. "It's about time," Chun Zong muttered to himself. He swung his sword to shatter the oncoming sword radiance and launched a counterattack. It was fine if he didn't counterattack, but the moment he did, Li Qingliu's offense was instantly stopped. He felt that no matter how he attacked, his opponent would always point out his flaws. He had no choice but to change his moves, but his flaws were still pointed out. A huge contrast appeared, and Li Qinglu immediately fell into a passive position. It ends here. After muttering to himself, Chun Zong attacked with his sword. The sword radiance seemed to be more condensed than before, and there was no way to dodge it. Li Qinglu could only take it head-on. Under the sound of metal clashing, Li Qinglu felt the sword vibrate, and it almost flew out of his hand. The hand holding the sword was numb, and the numbness quickly spread to his entire arm, and he seemed to have lost all feeling. His whole body couldn't withstand the terrifying power, and he kept retreating. Chun Zong won. The contrast is too big. Everyone was shocked. Originally, Chun Zong was at a disadvantage, but in the end, Li Qinglu was defeated. One thing is for sure, the first and second place will definitely be between Yi Jingfeng and Chun Zong. The seventh round of the competition ended quickly, and both sides had their wins and losses. The two who maintained their winning streaks were still Yi Jingfeng and Chun Zong. Then, the eighth round of the competition began. The biggest highlight of the eighth round of the competition was the battle between Yi Jingfeng and Chun Zong. Among all the contestants, you're the only one I can't see through. Yi Jingfeng spoke for the first time. His voice was light like a breeze, and it was as traceless as his sword. Please. Chun Zong was also interested in Yi Jingfeng's traceless sword. However, Yi Jingfeng's swordsmanship was at the second level of the second stage of the body sword union, and there was a clear gap between them. Chun Zong wouldn't treat him as a strong opponent. After all, whether it was the power of true force, physical strength, or the level of swordsmanship, both sides were about the same. The key to victory was in the realm of swordsmanship. Take my sword first. Yi Jingfeng's voice fell, and his sword was already out. However, the blade was nowhere to be seen, and there was no sword radiance or shadow. It seemed to have merged into the air, and there was no trace of it. Chun Zong's eyes focused, and he swung his sword. He directly slashed the air, but there was a sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew. He blocked it. How is that possible? The spectators were all shocked, and those who had fought with Yi Jingfeng before were also stunned. Their method of blocking Yi Jingfeng was to wildly swing their swords and use numbers to block it. It was completely different from Chun Zong, who blocked it with only one strike. Is it luck, or? Yi Jingfeng was also secretly surprised, and then his eyes focused. Let's try again and we'll know. The second strike was out, and there was still no trace of it. However, Chun Zong swung his sword again and blocked Yi Jingfeng's sword again. The third strike was blocked again. The fourth strike was blocked again. Blocking one strike might be luck, blocking two strikes might be luck, but blocking 3 or 4 strikes was not something that could be explained by luck. It only meant one thing, and that was that Chun Zong could see Yi Jingfeng's sword marks. Yi Jingfeng was known as the Traceless Sword because he once had a fortuitous encounter. This fortuitous encounter allowed him to walk a unique path in the cultivation of the graceful sword art, and his sword was traceless. Others might think that his sword was traceless, but that was not necessarily the case. For example, a transcendent realm master could capture the trajectory and traces of Yi Jingfeng's sword, and then intercept it. Even if the transcendent realm master's sword skills were not as good as Yi Jingfeng's, the difference in cultivation was too big. It was like the difference between a baby and a strong adult. As for Chun Zong, he could also capture the trajectory of Yi Jingfeng's sword, and that was because Chun Zong's sword skills were far superior to Yi Jingfeng's. When Yi Jingfeng swung his sword, his arm disappeared, and the sword in his hand seemed to disappear into the depths of the air, hiding and attacking from the depths of the air. But under Chun Zong's careful research and personal experience, he confirmed that this was a special kind of force and sword technique. The combination of the two caused light to refract, making it impossible for others to capture. After more than a dozen strikes, all of them were accurately blocked by Chun Zong, and Yi Jingfeng could no longer maintain his calm appearance. His eyes widened, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Traceless sword is indeed very powerful. If one's sword skills are not as good as yours or on par with yours, without a special ability, they will not be able to capture the traces of your sword. Chun Zong said neither too fast nor too slow. Even if one's sword skills are slightly better than yours, they will not necessarily be able to deal with your traceless sword. Yi Jingfeng knew that what Chun Zong said was true, but he did not feel proud at all. He was only shocked, and even more shocked. If he thought deeper, it meant that Chun Zong either had a special ability or his sword skills were far superior to his own. If it was the latter, what level would it be? The third level of the Lingwu realm? Yi Jingfeng could not help but think of the person with the highest level of sword skills in the Jinghong sword sect, who was also the champion of the last matchless sword competition. He was at the third level of the Lingwu realm, and Yi Jingfeng had not won a single battle with him. But he felt that even that person would not be able to block all of his strikes so easily. Could it be? Yi Jingfeng did not dare to think further, because it would make him feel that it was ridiculous. I will strike again. If you can withstand it, then it will be my loss. Yi Jingfeng opened his mouth and said word by word. Please. Qinzong was also curious as to what kind of strike Yi Jingfeng would use. Yi Jingfeng took a deep breath. His face was cold and serious, and he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, it was as if an invisible light was tearing the sky apart. Yi Jingfeng's true qi surged, and he channeled it all into the long sword in his hand. The long sword vibrated slightly, and it emitted a dense, buzzing sound. As it vibrated, the sword seemed to merge with the air, and it slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Witnessing the process of the sword disappearing with their own eyes was undeniably a novel experience for the crowd. The sword disappeared, followed by the palm, and finally the arm. It continued to spread to Yi Jingfeng's entire body, and his entire person disappeared. It seemed slow, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. Traceless body, traceless sword. A light voice seemed to come from the sky. Take my traceless silent sword. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Jingfeng, who had disappeared in the air, struck out with his sword. This was a strike that gathered all the strength in his body, and it was the strongest strike. In the eyes of many people, they could not see anything, but they could only hear the sharp whistling of the sword. It was like a demon's voice, and it continuously attacked their spiritual will, causing them to feel dizzy and as if their heads were about to explode. However, Chunzong's expression did not change. His eyes were fixed on a spot in front of him. From a moment, Yi Jingfeng's sword and figure disappeared. Chunzong had been able to catch traces of him. It was not a true disappearance, but a special technique that allowed him to blend into the air. Chunzong himself could feel it. Because of the floating dust particles, Chunzong's every move was clearly under his perception. In an instant, Yi Jingfeng was in front of him with his sword. This sword would eventually pierce the edge of his left shoulder blade, and Chunzong knew it very well. He drew his sword and attacked the air in front of him, a sword in all directions, looking down on the world. Unsurprisingly, Yi Jingfeng's sword was hit and blocked. Yi Jingfeng's body also appeared. His face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Yi Jingfeng had never thought that his final trump card would be blocked so easily. Unbelievable. Even the person with the highest level of swordsmanship in the Jinghong sword sect would not be able to block his sword. You won. Yi Jingfeng regained his senses, exhaled, and said. Chunzong only smiled and did not say anything else. It was normal for him to win. If he had fought with all his strength, he might not have been able to defeat Yi Jingfeng. After all, Yi Jingfeng was older than him, and he was an important core disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. His combat power might be very high. However, in this situation where one's strength was limited and they could only use their swordsmanship to determine who was better, the second level of the Zhaoxian realm was not something that Yi Jingfeng could compare to. Chapter 501. Without a doubt, the champion of this year's matchless sword battle is Chunzong. Unbelievable. Big dark horse, a super dark horse. After Yi Jingfeng lost, all sorts of discussions arose one after another. None of them tried to hide it, but the disciples of the Jinghong sword house had ugly expressions on their faces. In the past matchless sword battles, the champion had always been a disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. As for the second place, sometimes it was a disciple of the Jinghong house, but most of the time, it was the disciples of the Jinghong house. The third place was usually a disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. It could be said that in the top 10, at least 4 or more disciples of the Jinghong sword sect were in the top 10. But this time, there was an exception. Chunzong defeated Yi Jingfeng. In the eyes of the crowd, Chunzong was undoubtedly the champion, because no one else could be compared to Chunzong. The 9th round of battles began in the midst of the crowd's discussions. Chunzong's opponent was defeated in one strike, while Yi Jingfeng defeated his opponent. After one battle after another, the matchless sword battle came to an end. It ended with an ordinary battle. It was clear who was the champion, the runner-up, and the runner-up. This year's matchless sword battle has come to an end. Now, I will announce the ranking. An elder of the Jinghong sword sect announced loudly. All the discussions quieted down. Even though the crowd already knew the ranking, it was more direct to hear it from an extreme mortal realm warrior. 10th place, Yang Fan of the Jinghong sword sect. Everyone's gaze landed on Yang Fan's face. However, Yang Fan's face was expressionless. Although Tuoing Xiu was ranked in the top 10 among the thousands of people, who was ranked 10th had been defeated consecutively. He had not won a single battle in the entire competition. The 10th place was the most embarrassing. It felt like he had given it away. Of course, Yang Fan was not happy, nor did he have any sense of honor. He had lost 9 battles in a row. There was nothing to be happy about. 9th place, Long Chongyun of the Jinghong house. Long Chongyun's face was bitter. He had defeated Yang Fan with great difficulty. That was his only victory, which was only slightly better than Yang Fan's. There was nothing to be proud of. 8th place, Long Xianwu of the Jinghong house. Compared to the previous competition, the dragon swirling dance had improved by 1 rank. 7th place, Li Shiyin from the Wan Luo sect. Compared to the previous year, Li Shiyin was still in the same place. However, Li Shiyin was still brooding over the fact that he was defeated by Chunzong. This was because a disciple of the Wan Luo sect was severely injured by Chunzong. Chunzong, you're really good at swordsmanship, but after we leave here, Li Shiyin glanced at Chunzong with a hint of killing intent. 6th place, Pure Grace Mansion's Long Xuani. Long Xuani's face was not looking too good. In the last matchless sword competition, he was ranked 5th, but this time he was ranked 6th. 5th place, Graceful Sword Sect's Tang Yin. Tang Yin didn't look too good either, because she had taken a step back. The 4th is Qin Yi of the Xuanzhen Palace. There was a smile on Qin Yi's face. He was the 7th in the last session, and this session he was directly promoted to the 4th. The progress is not small. 3rd place, Li Qinglu of the Eternal Sky Sword Sect. Li Qingliu's face was calm. This was his first time participating in the matchless sword competition, and he was not famous before. Now, he was ranked 3rd, and from then on, he was famous in the graceful sword competition. 2nd place, Yi Jingfeng of the Graceful Sword Sect. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Jingfeng's face. Without a doubt, Yi Jingfeng had improved by 1 rank compared to the previous competition. However, Yi Jingfeng was not happy at all, because at the beginning he was determined to get 1st place, but in the end, he only got 2nd place. 1st place, Chunzong of the Unhindered Sword Sect. When he said the last name, the elder of the Graceful Sword Sect was also a bit emotional. For the first time, the 1st place of the matchless sword competition was won by someone outside the Graceful Sword Sect. If it was won by someone from the Graceful Sword Sect, it would be reasonable. After all, the Graceful Sword Sect was also very powerful. However, the 1st place was won by a disciple from one of the 4 lower-ranked sects of the Tianjiang Prefecture, the Unhindered Sword Sect. The Unhindered Sword Sect was one of the weakest-ranked sects in the Tianjiang Prefecture. However, the truth was the truth. Chunzong's sword skills did not rely on any tricks. He defeated his opponents 1 by 1, and even defeated Yi Jingfeng. With his outstanding skills, he took 1st place. The top 10 will all receive rewards. The rewards for the 4th to the 10th place are the same. Other than receiving one-on-one guidance from any of the 10 extreme mortal stage warriors, they will also receive a 2nd-level pseudo-spiritual sword and 3 real elixir pills. This kind of reward was neither good nor bad, depending on the person. If it was for the top 10, this kind of reward was really nothing. It was just icing on the cake. Only the one-on-one guidance from the extreme mortal stage warriors was more useful. However, for the rest of the people, whether it was the 2nd-level pseudo-spiritual sword or the 3 real elixir pills, they were all very attractive. As for the one-on-one guidance from the extreme mortal stage warriors, it was even more tempting. The reward for the third place is a second-level pseudo-spiritual sword and 10 real elixir pills. In addition, you can become the disciple of any of the 10 extreme mortal stage warriors. A second-level pseudo-spiritual sword was nothing, but 10 real elixir pills were very tempting. However, when the last sentence was said, everyone was stunned. Become a disciple of an extreme mortal stage warrior? One had to know that the extreme mortal stage warriors were warriors who surpassed the extraordinary mortal stage. They would not easily accept disciples. To be accepted as a disciple by an extreme mortal stage warrior meant that they would be able to receive guidance frequently. It was more than 10 times better than just receiving guidance once. Li Qinglu, are you willing to become the disciple of any of the 10 extreme mortal stage warriors? The elder of the Jinghong sword sect stared at Li Qinglu and asked. This was not as simple as becoming the disciple of an extreme mortal stage warrior. One had to know that of the 10 extreme mortal stage warriors present, 7 of them were elders of the Jinghong sword sect, and 3 of them were from the Jinghong house. Behind them were the Jinghong sword sect and the royal family. Becoming their disciple was equivalent to joining them. The protection they would receive would be completely different. Everyone's gaze fell on Li Qingliu's face, waiting for his decision. What path to take? At that moment, Li Qinglu hesitated. After becoming their disciple, there was no doubt that he would have to leave the Eternal Sky Sword sect and become a disciple of the Jinghong sword sect. That would bring him a better cultivation environment, but he would have to leave the Eternal Sky Sword sect that had helped him cultivate. One was related to his own development, while the other was related to his relationship with the sect. In the end, Li Qingliu's eyes showed a trace of determination. Everyone knew that he had made a decision. I am willing to become the disciple of the third elder, Li Qinglu said with a determined tone. The third elder of the Jinghong sword sect was the one who had spoken earlier. Good. After the unparalleled sword battle ends, you can follow me back to the sect for the ceremony. The third elder nodded with satisfaction, his face full of smiles. Without a doubt, Li Qinglu was a very outstanding martial artist. He had a great talent in the sword, and was not inferior to Yi Jingfeng. On the contrary, when they heard Li Qingliu's words, the Eternal Sky Sword Sect disciples' faces darkened. Some of them were even furious. However, it was inevitable that people would want to climb higher. The strength of the Jinghong Sword Sect was not something that the Eternal Sky Sword Sect could compare to. Since Li Qinglu had made his choice, there was no turning back. Yi Jingfeng, your reward is a second-level pseudo-spiritual sword and 10 true alchemy pills. In addition, you will receive guidance from Patriarch Tian Hong 3 times. The crowd was even more shocked. Forefather Tian Hong was a master of the earthly spirit realm. It was already a dream to be taught by him once, let alone 3 times. This was even more shocking than being accepted as a disciple by a master of the extreme mortal realm. The reason for this reward was because Yi Jingfeng was already a disciple of the Fleeting Sword sect, and he had a master of the extreme mortal realm. Lastly, the focus was on Chunzong. First place. The rewards for the third and second place were already so shocking. What about the first place? Chunzong was also looking forward to it. What kind of reward would he get? Would he also get 10 true alchemy pills? Chunzong had taken the true alchemy pills before, and the effects were very obvious. It increased his cultivation by a lot. At that time, the founding elder Yuan Lingzi seemed to have spent a lot of effort to get it. However, it was used as a reward in the unparalleled sword battle. It was enough to show that the Jinghong sword sect and the imperial family were very powerful. Chunzong, congratulations on getting first place in the unparalleled sword battle. The third elder of the Jinghong sword sect said with a complicated tone, your first reward is also a level 2 pseudo-spiritual sword, and your second reward is also 10 true alchemy pills. These 2 rewards were the same as Yi Jingfeng and Li Qingliu's. The level 2 pseudo-spiritual sword did not matter to Chunzong, but the 10 true alchemy pills could increase his cultivation. Other than these 2 rewards, There should be other rewards that were better than Li Qingliu's and Yi Jingfeng's. Everyone's eyes were focused on the third elder of the Jinghong sword sect, waiting for him to speak. However, the third elder did not speak, which shocked everyone. Could it be that there were no more rewards? This did not make sense. Chunzong. At this moment, Patriarch Tianhong opened his mouth, and everyone's eyes shifted to him. Are you willing to be my disciple? As Patriarch Tianhong's words fell, it was as if a bolt from the blue had struck their heads. Everyone was stunned. An earthly spirit realm master actually took the initiative to accept a disciple. Unbelievable. Yi Jingfeng's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of shock. As one of the most important disciples of the Jinghong sword sect, he knew very well that the two earthly spirit realm ancestors had not accepted a disciple for hundreds of years, because there were not many who could catch their eye. Even the current number one disciple of the Jinghong sword sect was not qualified. For a moment, countless shocked gazes fell on Chunzong's face. To be honest, it was impossible for Chunzong not to be moved. Senior, if I become your disciple, will I have to leave the unparalleled sword sect? Chunzong's rationality suppressed his impulse, and he asked, Of course. Without waiting for Patriarch Tianhong's reply, the third elder of the Jinghong sword sect directly replied, The Jinghong sword sect is many times better than the unparalleled sword sect in terms of resources and heritage. If you become our disciple, you will receive the most important training in the Jinghong sword sect. Hearing this, Chunzong fell silent. Leave the unparalleled sword sect. Chapter 502. When Chunzong opened his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. What he meant was that he was rejecting forefather Tianhong's invitation to take him as a disciple. Immediately, many people wanted to personally break open Chunzong's head and dig out his brain to see what he was thinking. Especially Li Qingliu, his eyes shot out a cold light that was like a sharp sword that wanted to tear Chunzong apart. He made the choice to leave the sect for his future. In a sense, he didn't care about friendship and was a bit ungrateful. However, this wasn't a special case in the world of cultivators. Many people would make the same choice, and it was a common occurrence. However, Chunzong's choice was the opposite, especially when Chunzong rejected the invitation of an Earth Spirit Realm expert to take him as a disciple. This difference made Li Qingliu feel ashamed for a moment, and a wisp of killing intent grew in his heart, because Chunzong's actions undoubtedly showed that he valued friendship and righteousness. This kind of person was often more likable. Your thinking is a bit off. Forefather Tianhong actually spoke again with a smile on his face. This was very shocking. One had to know that Forefather Tianhong was an Earth Spirit Realm expert. It was already very unusual for him to take the initiative to take Chunzong as a disciple. After being rejected, he actually spoke again. Just how much did he value Chunzong? The startling sword sect is stronger than the reigning sword sect. If you become a disciple of the startling sword sect and become my disciple, you will be able to cultivate better and become stronger. In the future, you will be able to help the reigning sword sect with your strength and repay the favor. One had to admit that Forefather Tianhong's words made sense, and everyone agreed with him. Once again, I would like to thank you for your appreciation and kindness. What you said is also very reasonable. However, my father has taught me the principle of repaying favors since I was young. If I leave the reigning sword sect just like this, I won't be happy. Chunzong said tactfully at first. Then his tone became incomparably firm. I believe that practicing the sword is like training the heart. If the heart is not happy, the sword will not be straight. The second rejection, under the circumstances that Forefather Tianhong took the initiative to explain, struck everyone's minds like thunder. If the heart is not happy, the sword will not be straight. Forefather Tianhong muttered in a low voice. After a smile flashed across his face, he didn't speak again. It was true that he valued Chunzong very much. That was why he took the initiative to take him in as a disciple. He wasn't angry after being rejected. He admired Chunzong because he valued friendship. Such a disciple was even better. That was why ancestor Tian Hong explained once more and was even more determined to take Chunzong as his disciple. However, Chunzong's reply made Patriarch Tian Hong fall silent. He could feel the determination in Chunzong's reply. It was an unshakable determination. Practicing the sword was like refining the heart. If the heart was not in order, the sword would not be straight. Was this something a true martial realm martial artist could say? In his heart, he was even more eager to take Chunzong in as a disciple. However, forefather Tian Hong didn't like to force others to do things. He didn't hate Chunzong because of this and wanted to take revenge on Chunzong. He only felt that it was a pity. Speaking of which, forefather Tian Hong had lived for hundreds of years and was an earth spirit realm expert. He was knowledgeable and experienced. He wasn't narrow-minded and wouldn't hate a junior because of this. Chunzong, since you're unwilling to leave the unhindered sword sect because of old ties, then you can take me as your master. There's no need to leave the unhindered sword sect. Suddenly, Marquis Longjing spoke with a smile on his face. Everyone was dumbfounded again. Forefather Tian Hong had taken the initiative to take Chunzong in as a disciple. After Chunzong had refused twice, everyone thought it would anger forefather Tian Hong. They didn't expect that forefather Tian Hong wouldn't care at all. They all thought that the matter was over and were secretly laughing at Chunzong's stupidity when Marquis Longjing suddenly spoke. Marquis Longjing's intention was the same as forefather Tian Hong's. He also wanted to take Chunzong as a disciple. It was inconceivable. Just what kind of charm did Chunzong have to make two Earth Spirit Realm cultivators take the initiative to take him as a disciple? One had to know that these two Earth Spirit Realm cultivators weren't loners and had extremely high statuses. There were countless benefits to being taken as a disciple. Moreover, Chunzong's reason for rejecting forefather Tian Hong's offer was that he didn't want to leave the unhindered sword sect. It was understandable that he valued relationships. However, Marquis Longjing didn't need to leave the unhindered sword sect if he wanted to take a disciple. It was obviously more suitable for Chunzong. Then how should Chunzong respond? He should agree. Everyone's gaze fell on Chunzong's face, waiting for his response. Chunzong himself was also very surprised. He didn't need to leave the unhindered sword sect and could take an Earth Spirit Realm expert as his master. It was undoubtedly excellent. He was also very moved. It was certain that he had talent, but if he could receive guidance from stronger experts and enjoy better resources, it would undoubtedly shorten his growth time and catch up with more people or even surpass them. Cultivation was a race against time. There was a huge difference between being a step earlier and a step later. Senior, if I take you as my master, do I need to change my surname? Chunzong didn't agree impulsively, but asked instead. You must. Marquis Longjing's answer was resolute and decisive. If you change your surname to Long, you would become a collateral disciple of the imperial family. You would be branded as a member of the imperial family and serve the imperial family. Otherwise, why would they train you? It was a very simple principle. Thank you for your kindness, senior. However, my body, hair, and hand of my parents, so is my surname. Chunzong rejected again. If he wanted to change his surname to Long, Chunzong wouldn't have become a disciple of the unhindered sword sect. Instead, he would have chosen to join the imperial family. After all, the imperial family was an upper-ranked sect. Its foundation was many times stronger than the unhindered sword sect. Being rejected by Chunzong, everyone was stunned once again. First, he didn't leave the unhindered sword sect. Then he didn't change his surname. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They were crazy with jealousy. Marquis Longjing's face froze when he heard this. He immediately smiled and didn't say anything. However, the imperial family disciples looked at Chunzong with hidden anger. They felt that this person was very tactless. The town monarch didn't speak. Although he could see that Chunzong's sword technique had reached the divine profound realm, this wasn't enough to attract his attention. Experts of the profound heaven realm were usually not young. It was normal for them to be more than 1,000 years old. The town monarch had lived for more than 1,000 years. He was very experienced. Chunzong, since you have rejected me twice, I will give you another reward. Ancestor Tian Hong spoke again. His words shocked everyone. Chunzong was the same. He thought that the reward was gone. What reward do you want? This was Chunzong's request. They were all crazy with jealousy. The disciples of the unhindered sword sect were even more shocked. They couldn't understand why the ancestor would do this. May I ask? However, Chunzong was also a little hesitant. This was because the reason he had participated in the unparalleled sword battle was not only to spar with different sword art experts, but also for the rewards. There's also a very important point. I wonder if I can comprehend the fleeting sword wall once. As soon as Chunzong spoke, the disciples of the fleeting sword sect exploded. The 7 elders of the extreme mortal realm were also shocked. Even the grand ancestor Tian Hong was shocked. Unparalleled sword wall. Who do you think you are? What eye do you have to comprehend the unparalleled sword wall? The disciples of the Jinghong sword sect were all cursing and scolding Chunzong. Yi Jingfeng was also furious. Although the extreme mortal realm elders didn't say anything, they were definitely unhappy. Do you know what the unparalleled sword wall means to the unparalleled sword sect? Ancestor Tian Hong asked. I don't know. Chunzong answered honestly. I only heard that the unparalleled sword wall is full of mysteries of the way of the sword. I am determined to cultivate the way of the sword, so I wanted to take a look. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. The unparalleled sword wall is our sect's treasure. Those who don't have great contributions or great opportunities are not allowed to comprehend it. Ancestor Tian Hong spoke again. Forgive me for my rudeness, Chunzong said with relief. It was good to be able to comprehend the unparalleled sword wall, but since the unparalleled sword wall was so important, and Chunzong wasn't a disciple of the unparalleled sword sect, he couldn't make this an example. Moreover, Chunzong had rejected Ancestor Tian Hong's invitation twice. Ancestor Tian Hong didn't say that as long as Chunzong was willing to be his disciple, he could comprehend the unparalleled sword wall. In the end, Chunzong's reward was a level 2 pseudo-spiritual sword and a bottle of qi refining elixir. This reward was much worse than Yi Jingfeng and Li Qingliu's, but it couldn't be helped. Chunzong had rejected it himself. This rejection made Chunzong's name widely known. Most people remembered him, but most of them mocked him and thought he was stupid. After the unparalleled sword battle ended, the pseudo-spiritual sword and qi refining elixir were distributed. The Zhen King left first, followed by Ancestor Tian Hong and Marquis Longjing. Then, the 10 extreme mortal stage fighters left. After these powerhouses left, Chunzong became the target of public criticism all at once. The Zongjing Sword Son. Huh? Very good, very bold. A disciple of the unparalleled sword house sneered at Chunzong. If your heart isn't happy, your sword won't be straight. If you can't even hold a sword, how can you talk about your heart being happy? A disciple of the unparalleled sword sect said in a threatening tone. You actually want to comprehend the unparalleled sword wall. Who do you think you are? In an instant, all kinds of words and threats were directed at Chunzong. Murderous intents shuttled back and forth. Chunzong's expression didn't change. No matter how many people mocked and threatened him, he didn't waver. He also didn't plan to stay. Instead, he quickly turned and left. He used his movement technique and quickly followed the chain to the top of the Flying Goose Mountain. Then, he quickly went down the mountain. Senior brother, if I don't teach him a lesson, I won't be able to calm down. A disciple of the unparalleled sword sect, Ling Feihui, said sternly. Then go. Yi Jingfeng's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. The unparalleled sword battle limited one's cultivation base, so Ling Feihui wasn't Chunzong's opponent. But after all the restrictions were removed, the sword technique realm wasn't the only standard to determine one's strength. Instead, it was a combination of all aspects. This meant that Ling Feihui's combat strength was as high as the peak of the 3-star level. On the other side, a few disciples of the unparalleled sword house were also getting restless. Chunzong actually dared to reject the house master's invitation to take him in as a disciple. His reason was that he didn't want to change his surname. Was he looking down on the surname Long? Chapter 503. Bitter Six Paths. Last night at the class reunion drinking, today he had a fever. Shenzong also knew that when he rejected the invitation of Grandmaster Tian Hong and the Master of Jinghong Mansion, it would cause him some trouble. It was within his expectations. He also knew that when he failed to comprehend the Jinghong Sword Wall, it would also bring him some trouble. No normal person was willing to take the initiative to cause trouble. Shenzong was also unwilling. However, sometimes it was not enough to cause trouble. He had to do it. If he did, it would cause trouble. "You are not my opponent." Shenzong looked at Ling Fei Arc, who was blocking in front of him, and said calmly, "Do you think that you are stronger than me just because you defeated me in the unparalleled sword battle?" Ling Fei Arc was stunned at first. Then he sneered, "I will make you pay for your rudeness." As soon as his voice fell, the cold sword light pierced through the air like a white shadow and stabbed in the blink of an eye. Ling Fei Arc's cultivation was not restricted in any way, and the sword was also his best second-stage pseudo-spiritual weapon. So Ling Fei Arc's strength was fully displayed. No one stood up for Shenzong. They all felt that Shenzong was too stupid. He did not know how to grasp the opportunity and ended up in this situation. Instead, they looked like they were watching a show. No, it cannot be said that no one wanted to stand up for Shenzong. Qin Yi was about to rush out, but his arm was pulled by Lin Fu. "Brother Qin, you can't go," Lin Fu said hurriedly. "Sister Fu, let go." Qin Yi's expression was a bit cold. "Qin Yi, you better not move." The cold words came into his ears with a bit of threat. At the same time, an invisible blade fell on Qin Yi's body, locking him. It was Yi Jingfeng. Qin Yi was a disciple of the Xianjin Palace. His combat power was not low at all. If he made a move, he could provide Shenzong with a lot of help. "Yi Jingfeng, don't go too far," Qin Yi said coldly. His eyes contained a fierce sharpness, and a tyrannical aura rose from his body. It was like an extremely sharp sword hanging in the air, ready to chop down. Yi Jingfeng also exuded a tyrannical qi. It was very sharp, but like his sword, it was traceless and hard to grasp. The moment the two of them confronted each other, the outcome of the battle between Ling Arc and Shenzong was decided. Even though a 3-star battle prowess was strong, it was still a far cry from a 4-star advanced stage. Shenzong didn't even draw his sword. With a flash, he dodged Ling Fei Arc's sword, and then the tip of his sword struck Ling Fei Arc's abdomen. A powerful force rushed into Ling Fei Arc's body, causing Ling Fei Arc's face to distort and turn pale. He felt as if his internal organs were being bombarded by a powerful force, instantly collapsing into a ball, and his strength dissipated. He fell to the ground without any resistance, curling up like a shrimp. Shenzong didn't kill Ling Fei Arc either. He just made him lose his ability to fight for a while. Otherwise, if he killed Ling Fei here, it would be tantamount to falling out with the startling sword sect, which would be extremely disadvantageous for him. The moment Flying Arc fell to the ground, Qin Yi was stunned. Yi Jingfeng was also stunned. The other people who were watching the fun were all stunned. Unbelievable. One move, without even drawing his sword, defeated Ling Fei Arc. This was definitely a 4-star battle prowess. "You have some skills." Yi Jingfeng's eyes flashed, but he didn't plan to do it himself. Shenzong wasn't stupid. After knocking Ling Fei Arc to the ground, he immediately used his movement technique and rushed down the mountain. He used the sweeping all-directions movement technique to the extreme and even activated the power of the pseudo-spiritual combat shoes, which increased his speed by a lot. He was as fast as lightning, shockingly fast. Chase! The moment Ling Fei Arc was knocked down, everyone was surprised and slowed down for a moment. This gave Shenzong the opportunity to react quickly, and one by one, they chased after him. There were disciples of the startling sword sect, disciples of the startling sword house, and onlookers. Shenzong's battle prowess was at the late 4-star level, but his speed wasn't slow at all. In fact, He was even faster than most of the late 4-star level. With the support of the pseudo-spiritual combat shoes, he was able to surpass the peak 4-star level. Yi Jingfeng and Qin Yi were also surprised by Chunzong's speed. This speed was not much different from their full speed. Yi Jingfeng didn't care about the confrontation. His body flashed, and like a traceless wind, he quickly chased after Chunzong. Qin Yi's arm swayed, and he left Lin Fu's palm. He also quickly chased after Chunzong. Brother Qin. Lin Fu stomped her foot and quickly chased after Qin Yi. In the true force realm, 5-star level was relatively rare, especially among the younger generation. Even Yi Jingfeng and Qin Yi couldn't reach the 5-star level. Chunzong's speed was comparable to most of the peak 4-star level. It was impossible to catch up with him in a short time. Not long after, Chunzong rushed down the Feihong Mountain. He didn't stop at all and quickly went far away. First, he left this place and got away safely. Then, he would find a place to refine the 10 true alchemy pills and further improve his cultivation. While he was thinking, a murderous aura quickly swept over. The cold sword light pierced through the air and stabbed from the left. It was different from Ling Fei's sword. It was merciless. The dust in the air emitted a cold, murderous aura. As it floated, it rushed toward the left side of Chunzong's head. Chunzong clearly felt a cold sword tip piercing toward the center of his left head. In the next breath, it would break through and pierce into his brain. The cold aura of the sword would mince his brain and scatter his soul. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong instinctively knew how to deal with the cold, murderous intent the moment he felt it. In an instant, Chunzong's body turned nimbly. Not only did he avoid the opponent's sword, but he also unsheathed the sword in his right hand and counterattacked. It was decisive, swift, and unexpected. Not only did the attacker's sword miss, but he also had to face Chunzong's counterattack. The pressure contained in the sword made him feel like he couldn't dodge or move. It was as if thousands of invisible sword auras were attacking his body from all directions, riddling him with holes. This sword couldn't be dodged, let alone blocked. At this critical moment, another cold sword light suddenly shot down from the sky. It carried a shocking aura as it surged through the sky like a myriad of thunderbolts. It emitted waves of terrifying rumbles, like a mountain flood bursting through a dam, like the stampede of a myriad of elephants. Without looking with his eyes, Chunzong was sure who had attacked from the aura of the sword technique. The Wanxiang sword, Li Shiyan. Then, the other person was most likely a disciple of the Wanluo sect. Thinking about it, a figure appeared in Chunzong's mind. It was the Wanluo sect disciple who was injured by him in the unparalleled sword battle. It turned out that these two people had come down the mountain to ambush him. Without the restriction of strength in the arena, Li Shiyan's strength was undoubtedly very strong. He had reached the late 4-star level. The sword that shot down from the sky brought a lot of pressure to Chunzong. He felt his scalp go numb, as if his entire body was going to be destroyed from the head down. The sword in his left hand that was hidden in the scabbard was unsheathed. The sword broke through the air and shot upward. It was as if the two of them had attacked at the same time. The sword in his right hand didn't stop at all. The violent and ear-piercing sound of metal clashing caused countless sound waves to spread in all directions. Wherever the sound waves passed, the air was as heavy as water. A layer of the ground was scraped up, and sword marks quickly spread out. The sword in his right hand pierced through the throat of the Wanluo sect disciple without any surprise. The terrifying sword aura surged and directly destroyed the opponent's brain, causing his soul to scatter. Chunzong usually wouldn't show mercy to people who wanted to kill him. Moreover, this place was quite far from the Wanluo sect. How dare you kill a disciple of my sect? Dying 10 times won't be enough for you. Li Shiyan was furious. His murderous intent was like a tidal wave. He shot out one sword after another. The Wanxiang sword broke through the air and bombarded. It was like a huge, destructive thunderbolt that could destroy heaven and earth. Chunzong didn't dodge at all. He crossed his two swords and faced the thousands of thunderbolt sword lights that shot down from the sky. The 35th move of the horizontal sword technique. Kill. The stronger the opponent, the stronger Chinzong was. Without the suppression of the unparalleled sword battle arena, he was able to fully unleash his tyrannical strength. The pure, sharp, and tyrannical true power of the horizontal sword technique and the physical strength of 90,000 pounds. There was no one in sight, but countless sword lights collided in the air, bursting out countless sparks. The sword aura surged in the sky and wreaked havoc in all directions. Once he attacked, Chinzong didn't hold back at all. No matter if it was his physical strength or the realm of his sword art, he used everything to the extreme. He was able to find the flaws in his opponent's sword art and break down Li Shiyun's sword art again and again. Without giving his opponent any chance, Chinzong immediately put his sword back into the scabbard. A star-scar sword appeared in his right hand. His power was activated. His sword finger sliced across the body of the other sword, and all of his power was poured into it. A dot of cold light condensed at the tip of the sword. Secret sword, point star. Wanxiang's sword Li Shiyun was one of the most important core disciples of the Wanluo sect. His battling power was as high as late-stage 4-star. He might have some life-saving trump cards. If Chinzong let him use them, it wouldn't do him any good. Chinzong didn't want to let him escape. Once the point star secret sword was performed, all of Li Shiyun's hair stood up. He felt like he was being pierced through. Life and death were only a split second. His battling power was similar to Chinzong's, but there was a huge gap between their sword art realms. Under the suppression of the realms, his power couldn't be fully utilized. The last sword attack was like a dark blue star that sliced across the sky. That was the last thing Li Shiyun saw. This sword attack was too sudden, too fast, too fierce, too unstoppable. It was not that Li Shiyun was weak, but that Chinzong was too powerful. His forehead was pierced through by this sword attack. His soul was scattered, and his body fell from the sky. Chinzong quickly took out the pure chi pellet and consumed it to recover his true power. Then, he skillfully collected the mustard seed pouches of Li Shiyun and the other Wanluo sect disciple into his void ring. Using his movement technique, he quickly left. Just as Chinzong performed his body art to leave, two figures also arrived like an invisible wind. They were Yi Jingfeng and Qin Yi. Both of them had witnessed the process of Chinzong killing the two disciples of the Wanluo sect. Both of them were a bit shocked. From this point, they could see that Chinzong was a decisive person. It was best not to be enemies with this kind of person. After all, his sword art realm was very high. His cultivation was only at the late stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm, but his battling power was at the 4-star level. His future achievements would be amazing. Yi Jingfeng, if you don't want to provoke an enemy that you can't fight against in the future, it's better to stop now. Qin, he said bluntly. Yi Jingfeng snorted coldly. He didn't refute, but he didn't chase after Chinzong either. Instead, he stopped the other disciples of the Jinghong sword sect and gave up just like that. It was very confusing, but Yi Jingfeng didn't explain anything. Chapter 504. Go after him. We can't let him escape. How dare he look down on the imperial family? We can't let him go. The disciples of the House of Pure Grace gave chase one by one. However, they were not as strong as Chinzong, and their speed was much slower than Chinzong's. The more they chased, the further Chinzong went. In the end, they failed to catch up. Chinzong's endurance was amazing. The pursuers had to stop to rest when they exhausted their strength, but he didn't need to. After half a day, Chinzong was already far away from the Feihong Mountain. In order to prevent his tracks from being exposed, Chinzong directly broke into a mountain and used the complicated terrain of the mountain to cover his tracks. After going hundreds of miles deep into the mountain, Chinzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he felt his hair stand on end. His hands landed on the hilts of the two swords at his waist as fast as he could. His eyes narrowed, and a terrifying cold light condensed in them. Just dozens of meters ahead, on the branch of a small tree that was only a few meters tall, stood a figure in a purple robe. This person had his hands behind his back, and his back was facing Chunzong. His body was as light as a feather. When the wind blew, the branches swayed up and down, and his whole body seemed to have merged with the small tree. He turned around and landed lightly on the ground, just like a leaf being blown away by the wind. It was so natural, like moving clouds and flowing water. This was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a warm smile on his face, and the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes were very obvious. The eyes of the middle-aged man in purple were deep and calm, like an unfathomable abyss. They fell on Chunzong, as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. However, the more he looked, the more surprised he became. "Young friend, don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm." Suppressing the surprise in his heart, the middle-aged man in purple withdrew his gaze. The smile on his face became more obvious, and he spoke in a gentle tone. "Then what can I do for you?" Chunzong did not let down his guard because of this. Who knew if the other party did this on purpose to make him relax? "I really don't mean any harm." The purple-robed middle-aged man naturally noticed Chunzong's vigilance, but he didn't think it was too much. It was normal. If he wasn't vigilant enough, he might have died already. "My name is Zishan. I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator. I'm just curious about you." A rogue cultivator. Chunzong couldn't help but be a little surprised. It could be seen that Zishan was still in the true martial realm, but he was able to make him feel threatened. This meant that Zishan's combat power was very strong, maybe even surpassing the 4-star level. This middle-aged man was probably not young. He should be in his 40s or 50s. Some martial artists had fortuitous encounters, and their battle prowess would rise to a very high level. However, their potential would be exhausted, and it would be very difficult for them to grow any further. Since you're still worried, I won't disturb you any further. Let's talk again next time. While speaking, Zishan cupped his hands at Chunzong. His body lightly jumped up, and the tip of his foot touched the branch. The branch seemed to be full of tenacity and amazing elasticity. It pressed down and then bounced up again. It flew up into the sky and turned into a purple light. In the blink of an eye, it was far away from Chunzong. When the figure turned into a small dot, there was a shocking roar in the sky, and invisible ripples spread out. Chunzong Fong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party had really left. If Zishan wanted to deal with him, it would be very troublesome, and he would have to use the Red Thunder Sword. Thinking of this, Chunzong increasingly felt that his strength was not enough, and he had too few trump cards. However, there was nothing he could do. Compared to other geniuses, his background, time, and resources were not small. Let's find a place to refine 10 true refining pills. Chunzong's eyes flashed, and he once again used his movement technique to move forward. He didn't know how much 10 true refining pills would increase his cultivation level. The mountain area was vast, and Chunzong only stopped after 1,000 li. He directly killed an 8th-level monster overlord and occupied the lair. After cleaning up a little and getting rid of the unpleasant stench inside, Chunzong sealed the entrance of the lair and began a short period of closed-door cultivation. While Chunzong was in closed-door cultivation, the outside world was abuzz because of him. The Peerless Sword Competition was a grand event that happened once every 3 years in the House of Pure Grace. Therefore, those who performed amazingly in the Peerless Sword Competition would often become the center of discussion for a period of time. Chunzong had surpassed all the previous competitions. Not only was it because he was the first person to win first place in the Peerless Sword Competition outside of the House of Pure Grace, breaking the previous record, but it was also because he had twice rejected the invitation of the House of Pure Grace's Earth Spirit Realm expert, Forefather Tianhong, as well as the invitation of the Imperial family's Earth Spirit Realm expert, Marquis Longjing. Other than that, there were other things. For example, he had overestimated himself and asked to comprehend the pure gray sword wall. For example, he had killed 2 disciples of the house of Wanluo, and one of them was Li Shiyun. No matter which one it was enough to push Chunzong into the limelight. For a time, Chunzong's name spread throughout the House of Pure Grace and House of Wanluo. Even the Xuanjin house had heard of him. The Evil Luo list has been updated. Chunzong from the House of Unhindered Sword has been added to the Evil Luo list. He is ranked 12th, and his battle strength is between the late and peak of the 4-star realm. He might be able to increase his battle strength in a short period of time. It is recommended that he is at least at the peak of the 4-star realm. It is best if he is at the 5-star realm. 800. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would definitely hunt him down. The Evil Luo list was a list of criminals led by the House of Wanluo. It recorded the people who had caused losses to the House of Wanluo, and almost every one of them was extremely vicious. Chunzong had killed 2 disciples of the House of Wanluo, but it was not a big deal. The problem was Li Shiyun, the House of Wanluo. Li Shiyun was very talented, and he was one of the best among the core disciples of the House of Wanluo. In addition, his status was not low either. He was the personal disciple of an extreme mortal realm elder in the House of Wanluo. The elder of the House of Wanluo was grieving over the death of his disciple. At the same time, he was filled with killing intent toward Chunzong. However, due to some reasons, he could not leave the sect to hunt down Chunzong personally. Therefore, he added Chunzong to the Evil Luo list and asked the stronger disciples in the sect to hunt him down. If the disciples in the sect were unable to kill Chunzong, he would have to do it himself. Of course, even if he had to do it himself, he could not do it openly. He had to do it secretly, because the Longtu dynasty had already included the protection of geniuses in the law. In the House of Wanluo, many disciples were envious of the 800 sect contribution points. It was not easy to obtain the sect contribution points in the House of Wanluo. 800 was a relatively large number. It was enough to exchange for a complete heaven-level martial art. Not to mention the normal core disciples. Even the top 5 core disciples were very tempted. Chunzong. In a pitch-black cave, 2 red lights suddenly lit up. They were like meteors streaking across the darkness. Shortly after, a figure rushed out of the pitch-black cave and appeared outside the cave. It was the Underworld Raven. The Underworld Raven stared ahead. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the void. He did not hide his gloomy and cold aura at all. His killing intent was even stronger than before. Late 4-star to peak 4-star battle strength. This N has grown quite fast. 800 sect contribution points. I just happen to need it. After saying that, the Underworld Raven stretched its body in the air and flew down the mountain like a black crow of death that had flown out from hell. However, the number 1 and number 2 core disciples of the 10,000 sifting sect did not make a move because they were not in the 10,000 sifting sect right now. Otherwise, they would probably be tempted by the 800 contribution points and make a move. First place in the matchless sword battle. Unexpected. In the House of Unhindered Sword, the House of Unhindered Sword was very excited. The 4 elders were also very excited. They had lived for tens or hundreds of years. Naturally, they knew the meaning of the matchless sword battle. In the past, the House of Jinghong had always been the champion. They did not expect that this time, the first place would be taken by someone else. It was the disciple of the House of Unhindered Sword, Chunzong. It could be said that the matchless sword battle had made Chunzong famous in the House of Jinghong. It had also strengthened the reputation of the House of Unhindered Sword. It was very obvious that the reputation of the House of Unhindered Sword had completely suppressed the other 3 sects in the Tianjiang house. As long as one walked out of the Tianjiang house, one would hear discussions about Chunzong and the House of Unhindered Sword. The House of Unhindered Sword was naturally very happy and excited. It could be said that Lin Yuye was the most prestigious disciple in the House of Unhindered Sword. But now it was Chunzong, because what Chunzong had done was something that Lin Yuye could not do. First place in the matchless sword battle, suspected to be a late-stage 4-star. Chunzong, Chunshidi, I won't lose to you. Lin Yuye thought to himself. He went into seclusion to cultivate the 37th level of the Unhindered Sword battle. His cultivation had reached the limit of LV9 true martial realm, and his combat strength had reached the mid-stage 4-star. Under normal circumstances, there was no room for further improvement unless he broke through to the pseudo-transcendent realm. However, the unhindered sword true force that Chunzong had given to the sect gave Lin Yuye hope to continue to improve. Since the unhindered sword true force was so precious, of course, the news would not be leaked. However, Lin Yuye was Lin Yuye's son and the eldest disciple of the sect. His loyalty and contribution to the House of Unhindered Sword was obvious to all. Naturally, he was qualified to know and cultivate this technique. The Unhindered Sword True Force had 4 levels, and Lin Yuye had only been taught the 37th level. However, the 37th level was much more profound than the 36th level. With Lin Yuye's talent, he had been cultivating it for more than a month, but he still had not completely mastered it. However, with the initial mastery, his Unhindered Sword True Force had become purer and more powerful. After all, the first 36 levels of the Unhindered Sword Art were Heaven Grade, but the last 4 levels were Heaven Grade. There was a considerable gap between the two. When I master the 37th level of the Unhindered Sword Art and the 37th level of the Unhindered Sword Art, my combat strength might even approach the late-stage 4-star. Lin Yuye thought to himself. He was full of expectations. Chapter 505. Tianjiang Prefecture, Truyang Sect, Truyang Hall. With a fiery red color as the main theme, the hall was made from red flames steel stones mined near volcanoes and emitted waves of heat. Normal cultivators would feel uncomfortable in such a place, but for the Truyang Sect cultivators, it was a form of enjoyment. It could imperceptibly influence their strength and make it purer. Of course, the effect was minimal. Within the Truyang Hall, the head of the Truyang Sect sat at the head of the table, while the elders sat on either side of him with serious expressions. The atmosphere within the hall was tense and solemn. This was because they'd all heard a piece of news regarding Chunzong. Because of Chunzong, Gu Yaoyang had fallen from genius to mediocrity and was shrouded in shadows, making it difficult for him to improve. To the Truyang sect, Chunzong could be considered an enemy. Gu Ziyang didn't tell the sect master and elders that Chunzong had been killed by his minor Truyang exploding bomb. Otherwise, the sect master and elders would have been even more shocked. Late 4th star battle strength. Chunzong's growth is too fast. If this continues, it'll affect our Truyang sect too much. The 3rd elder said gravely, "Let's do it." The 4th elder was even more direct. "I agree." The 2nd elder also said. The 3 elders' gazes all fell on the 1st elder. Sect head, "Let's do it and prevent future trouble." The 1st elder opened his tightly shut eyes, flames burning within them. "Do it," the head of the Truyang sect finally said. However, they wouldn't do it themselves. It would be too obvious and directly violate the laws of the dynasty. It would be very disadvantageous. However, they'd cultivated a few people in the dark. Apart from a few within the sect, no one else would know of their existence. Moreover, these people were all wandering cultivators and wouldn't be implicated in the Truyang sect's affairs. Gu Jiang was flabbergasted when he heard the news. Wasn't Chunzong supposed to have died from the explosion of the minor Truyang bomb? How could he participate in the peerless sword battle of the Pure Grace House and win first place? Gu Jiang was even more shocked and envious that 2 Earth Spirit Realm cultivators had taken the initiative to accept him as a disciple. "It's good that you refused." Gu Jiang's eyes blazed with red light. "You were lucky enough to escape death last time. Next time, you will definitely die." Chunzong didn't know that he had attracted the attention of so many parties. He was refining the true chi pill in the beast's lair. The medicinal power of the refined Jundan was boundless and pure, which was of great benefit to the cultivation of a true martial realm martial artist. However, Chunzong's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm, and his true power was much purer than that of an ordinary peak ninth level of the true martial realm. So the effect of each refined Jundan was very limited. Pure and unrestrained true power surged within his body, causing his eighth true meridian to become wider and stronger. A tyrannical aura surrounded his entire body. It was like a formless sword chi slicing through the surroundings, giving off a sharp and domineering sound. The spacious beast's lair was filled with a tyrannical pressure. This pressure was enough to make an ordinary 8th level beast crawl on the ground. Then the aura suddenly contracted and expanded. The instant it exploded, it charged out like a formless storm of sword chi. As it sliced through the hard ground, it left behind sword marks. Chunzong's surroundings were repelled into a vacuum. Then, countless streams of air flowed backwards, filling up the vacuum around him like a whirlpool. The tyrannical aura was also restrained. Chunzong opened his eyes. A dazzling light flashed through his eyes. The aura he exhaled was as sharp as a sword chi, blasting a hole the size of a human head into the wall in front of him. This was a terrifying power that was enough to kill a 7th level beast. "I've finally reached the peak of the 8th level," Chunzong said to himself softly. Cultivation was currently the shortcoming that limited his strength. Every time he advanced a small level, after mastering it completely, his combat strength would increase significantly. Chunzong consumed 5 true elixirs to improve his cultivation from the late stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm to the peak of the 8th level of the true martial realm and stabilize it. Even his art of traversing also improved from the 35th level to the 36th level. Getting up, Chunzong pulled out his sword and began to practice the traversing sword art. Soon, he displayed the 36th move of the traversing sword art. A more tyrannical and sharp sword light broke through the air and cut open the hard ground. It spread infinitely through the cave walls and ceiling, spreading directly to the entrance of the cave. It was as if this lair of the overlord of the 8th level beast was divided into two. Such power, however, was only displayed casually by Chunzong. He did not use his full strength. After mastering the 36th move of the traversing sword art, Chunzong returned to his original place and sat down again to continue practicing. There are 5 true elixirs left. I wonder if they can help me break through to the 9th level of the true martial realm. Thinking to himself, Chunzong took out the last 5 true elixirs and swallowed them all in one go. The efficacy of the true elixirs was pure and majestic. Normal warriors in the true martial realm would take them one by one during their practice. Even warriors in the 9th level of the true martial realm did so. Chunzong had done so before. However, as his cultivation improved, so did his body refining cultivation. Chunzong had tried to take 2 true elixirs together during his practice. After that, he could take 3 true elixirs together. It was more than enough. Moreover, the effect was better than taking 1 true elixir alone. Now, he directly took 5 true elixirs together to see if he could use this majestic power to improve his cultivation from the peak of the 8th level to the early stage of the 9th level. Within his tyrannical body, the pure and overbearing efficacy of the true elixir crazily attacked. Wherever it passed, there was a feeling of destruction. If Chunzong's body was not tyrannical, his body would have already exploded. Even so, Chunzong still felt the pressure. It was a kind of pressure that made his body feel like it was about to explode. In other words, taking 5 true elixirs at the same time was the limit of what he could bear. The 36th level of the traversing sword art was activated to the extreme. The tyrannical, traversing true force operated and quickly refined the majestic efficacy of the true elixirs. Chunzong's body trembled unconsciously. Waves of tyrannical aura spread out along with the operation of the cultivation method. The air was like waves of water, and the terrible power even scraped up a layer of the ground around him. Time flew. Gradually, the tyrannical aura on Chunzong's body weakened. When the aura completely calmed down, Chunzong opened his eyes at the right time. However, There was a bit of regret in his eyes. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, and his cultivation could have broken through to the early stage of LV9, genuine martial realm. The gap between the first 36 levels of the traversing sword art and the last 4 levels is more obvious, but it is also more difficult to improve. However, if I can master it, my strength will increase significantly. Chunzong estimated that when his cultivation reached the peak of LV8 genuine martial realm and mastered the 36th level of the traversing sword art, his combat strength should reach the peak of the 4-star level. However, when his cultivation reached the peak of LV8 genuine martial realm, the increase in his combat strength was not so obvious. Therefore, his combat strength could not reach the peak of the 4-star level. Let's go into seclusion for a few more days and see if I can break through the bottleneck. Chunzong closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Chunzong's cultivation still did not break through. Although Chunzong could feel that there was only a thin membrane between the peak of LV8 genuine martial realm and the early stage of LV9 genuine martial realm, this membrane was extremely hard and difficult to break. This also meant that breaking through this layer of membrane would bring him even greater benefits. Chunzong also had a feeling that even if he continued to cultivate, it would not be so easy to break through the bottleneck. It would probably take a long time. Maybe I can use another method. Chunzong thought to himself. The fierce light in his eyes seemed to pierce through the seal of the cave. With a light point of his sword finger, a silver sword light broke through the air and hit the boulder, blocking the entrance of the cave in an instant, then cracked it. A figure instantly flew out of the broken cave and went deep into the mountain. There were many demonic beasts in the mountain, including LV6, LV7, and LV8. There were even LV9 demonic beasts. Chunzong would not provoke an LV9 demonic beast. That would be suicide. This is the place where Chunzong last disappeared. With a flash, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, who looked travel-worn, appeared at the foot of the mountain. A smile appeared on his ordinary face. I did not find you anywhere else. Then you should still be in this mountain. Fine. I will spend more time to find you. I will let you die under my scorching sunday. While his voice was still floating in the air, the middle-aged man's figure had already disappeared. He escaped into the mountain and quickly went deep into the mountain. At this moment in the mountain, a black and red shadow was moving quickly. It was silent, but it emitted a shocking chill. It was like a death crow from hell. It was the third core disciple of the Wanluo sect, Underworld Crow. Underworld Crow, who had a 5-star battle power, chased after Chunzong after he came out of seclusion. First, he got the accurate information of Chunzong's whereabouts. Then, he escaped into the mountain alone and chased after Chunzong. After a while, Underworld Crow's figure stopped in front of a pile of rocks. He glanced at the rocks on the ground and looked into the pitch-black demonic beast lair. His figure flashed and directly entered the demonic beast lair. Not long after, his figure appeared again. You have already left for a while. Let's see where you can escape to. A cruel smile appeared on Underworld Crow's face. The murderous aura around him became even more violent. It was as if it was real, and the ground around him was torn apart. His body rumbled as a hole was blasted open beneath his feet. As dust and dirt flew into the air, the underworld raven charged forward with an even more shocking speed. It went deep into the mountain, and the path it took seemed to be almost identical to the path Chunzong had taken. The sword light was like an aurora. It spread from the distant horizon and disappeared in an instant. It was like an illusion. In front of him, a demonic beast that was the size of a small hill and covered in heavy armor stopped moving. Then it collapsed like a landslide. The loud rumbling sounds were continuous, and the ground shook. Behind the demonic beast that was the size of a small hill and covered in heavy armor was Chunzong's figure. This level 8 demonic beast is only equivalent to a 4-star battle power. It is not enough. It is far from enough. It cannot give me any pressure. Chunzong said secretly. If he continued to cultivate in seclusion, he could break through to LV9 of the true martial realm. However, what Qinzong wanted was not only a breakthrough in his cultivation, but also a breakthrough in his martial arts. Only by combining the two would he be able to bring more benefits and make himself stronger. Chapter 506. The sky was clear, and the clouds were white, illuminating the earth. In the depths of the mountains, the roars of beasts were heard, and the air was like water with endless waves. The sword light and the sun reflected each other, shuttling through the mountains, shooting out in a straight line, crossing the sky and spreading infinitely. Wherever the sword light passed, a rain of blood fell. One after another, powerful monster beasts were killed by the sword light, falling into pools of blood. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Without stopping, Qinzong left with his two swords. Fight, fight, fight. Fight until his blood boiled. Fight until he was satisfied. The tyrannical true qi in his body was surging endlessly, and under the constant impact, there was a faint sign that he was about to open his ninth true meridian. This surprised Qinzong. He originally wanted to find a powerful monster beast to help him break through, but he didn't expect that the continuous fighting would affect him. Since this was the case, Qinzong naturally wouldn't let go of such a rare opportunity. He continued to search for monster beasts. As a result, the monster beasts in the mountains suffered. As long as they were encountered by Qinzong, they would be killed by his two swords. Qinzong's battle strength was as high as the peak of the 4-star realm, and his superb swordsmanship, his strength was terrifying. Even if he faced a peak 4-star realm, he would be invincible. There were many monster beasts in the mountains, and there were even level 9 monster beasts at the Transcendent Realm, but they were rare and rarely appeared. As for level 8 monster beast overlords, there weren't many either. It was even more difficult to find one that could match Qinzong. Time flew by, and Qinzong continued to move forward, constantly encountering monster beasts and constantly killing them with his sword. The true qi in his body was quickly replenished, and under Qinzong's deliberate control, it was always in a relatively balanced state and constantly attacked the 9th true meridian. Gradually, the 9th true meridian showed signs of loosening. The sword light pierced through the air, and the last bloodthirsty ash wolf fell into a pool of blood. Almost there, Qinzong frowned slightly. Suddenly, a wild, majestic, and sharp cry resounded through the clouds. It was filled with anger and violent, bloodthirsty killing intent. In an instant, Qinzong's blood boiled, and he almost lost control of his true power. Immediately afterwards, a streak of blood-red light shot over from afar. It carried an extremely violent killing intent as it mercilessly attacked Qinzong. Qinzong felt as if he had sunk into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He felt irritated as a violent killing intent grew from the bottom of his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill everything he could see that could move. With a shiver, Qinzong instantly came to his senses and broke away from the influence of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. With a solemn face and a cold expression, his two swords pierced through the air toward the bloody flowing light. An extremely ferocious force came crashing down, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Qinzong only felt his two swords vibrating incessantly. Subsequently, his arms were impacted, and then his entire body was impacted. The formless vibrating force carried an extremely brutal force as it crazily attacked, as if it wanted to crush Qinzong's body. With the naked eye, one could clearly see that Qinzong's robe was vibrating with the ripples, almost turning into powder. Like a shooting star, Qinzong flew back 1,000 meters in an instant. His arms were trembling slightly, and the bloody light appeared. It was a wolf, a ferocious-looking, blood-red wolf. The wolf bared its teeth, and its eyes were bloodshot. It stared at Qinzong from 1,000 meters away. Its monstrous killing intent was like an endless wave about to drown Qinzong. Bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King. Qinzong's eyes focused, as if a sword light was about to shoot out. He had just killed hundreds of bloodthirsty ash wolves, which were Class 8 monsters. Hundreds of them were enough to bring him a lot of pressure, but it was not enough for him to break through. What surprised Chunzong was that the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King had appeared. As the king of a pack of Class 8 monsters, although the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King was not a Class 9 monster, it was still a very tyrannical Class 8 monster overlord. The momentum and the attack just now showed that the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King's strength was very tyrannical. It was not inferior to Chunzong, or even stronger. Just right. His blood and chi vibrated, and the true power circulated. The discomfort from the strong bombardment disappeared in an instant. Without any hesitation, Chunzong took the initiative to attack. His two swords broke through the air, and he attacked the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King. The fact that the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King was able to exert such pressure on him meant that the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King was not any weaker than him. In fact, it might even be stronger than him. In that case, it would serve as his whetstone and aid in his breakthrough. With a bloodthirsty howl, the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King once again pounced on Chunzong, directly turning into a bloody light. It was as if two meteors had collided head-on. The terrifying silver-colored ripples carried an extremely terrifying power as they blasted out. The mountain rocks were shattered and then turned into powder under the layers of ripples drifting in the air. The horizontal sword art was about sweeping across the heaven and earth in all directions. It required a strong will looking down on the four extremes of heaven and earth, and not the slightest retreat. If there was the slightest retreat, the power of the horizontal sword art would be difficult to explain, like a treasure sword covered in dust. With every collision, Chunzong felt as if his body had been hit by 10,000 tons of force. His blood and chi were surging, his muscles and bones were trembling, and his organs were surging. His whole body felt like it was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, Chunzong's body was very strong, so he was able to withstand the impact and not be defeated in the battle. With every collision, his blood and chi surged, and his true power flourished, causing the ninth true meridian to fluctuate more and more. The bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King's fur was extremely tough, and Chunzong's two swords could not break it. In the midst of the fierce battle, the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King suddenly opened its mouth, and a swirling bloodlight, like a bloody flame, with the power to destroy everything, blasted towards Chunzong. It was too fast, unbelievably fast, but Chunzong's reaction was also very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he slashed out with his two swords. There was a huge explosion, and the bloodlight splashed like a wave, covering all directions. Everywhere it passed, the mountain rocks and dust were submerged. Chunzong was also thrown back a few thousand meters. His sword robe was completely torn, revealing his inner armor. When the bloody flame on the ground dissipated, a huge hole was burned in the ground, and the surface of the hole was covered with a layer of red crystals. The terrifying power of the bloody flame continued to surge into his body, trying to cause more damage. Chunzong hurriedly mobilized all of his true power and chi to resist the bloody flame, expelling it. The bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King was quite intelligent and immediately launched an attack. It once again spat out a swirling bloodlight, blasting towards Chunzong, and then turned into a beam of light. At that moment, Chunzong switched to his Star Scar sword and activated its power. After slashing out 3 times, he slightly squatted down, and the sword fingers of his left hand brushed across the spine of the sword, and the deep blue color became even deeper. Secret Sword Point. The sword, which contained all of Chunzong's power, suddenly pierced through the air. The deep blue color was like a meteor streaking across the sky, dazzling beyond compare. The Star Scar broke through the air, and the sword directly pierced through the shattered bloodlight, stabbing towards the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King. With his high realm, the bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King's trajectory was clearly grasped by Chunzong. This sword was undodgeable, and even more unblockable. From between the eyebrows, The hard skull was directly pierced through, and the horrifying power twisted the brain into pieces. The bloodthirsty Ash Wolf King directly fell to the ground, its four limbs twitching as it struggled for the last time. Chunzong twitched his star-scar sword and quickly retreated dozens of meters. He quickly took out the Zhun returning pellet, Yuan replenishing pellet, and soul restoring pellet. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered 30% of his power. Then he sat down with his legs crossed, placed the star-scar sword on his knees, and fully operated his traversing martial art to recover his true power, expelling the power of the bloody flame. The bloody flame was extremely violent, and its destructive power was shocking. Fortunately, only a small part of it had invaded his body, and Chunzong's power was gradually expelling it. Then, his true power started to attack the loosened ninth true meridian with a shocking power. He had found the opportunity to break through, but if he missed it, the ninth true meridian would be stabilized again, and it would be even more difficult to break through. Controlling the powerful, traversing true power, Chunzong attacked the ninth true meridian again and again. Under the attack, the loosening intensified, and it started to collapse. With every attack, Chunzong's body would leak out a wave of powerful qi. That qi was as sharp as sword qi, cutting open the air and the ground, leaving clear marks. Chunzong did not keep track of time and did not know how long it had been. Finally, the 100th attack was like a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable. A violent explosion was heard, as if it was going to make Chunzong's ears ring. The shocking sound of thunder reverberated in his body, and the ninth true meridian was instantly pierced through. The powerful traversing true power rushed into the ninth true meridian, and then flowed to the other parts of his body, completing a full cycle. The moment the ninth true meridian was opened, Chunzong felt an indescribable comfort, and after the true power completed a full cycle, the comfort became even more intense. Finally, Chunzong was secretly overjoyed, but he did not get carried away. It was only a breakthrough in cultivation, but not in the traversing art. Chunzong had perfected the 37th to 40th level of the traversing art by comprehending the ancient Xian monument. In the space of the ancient Xian monument, Chunzong had already practiced it, which meant that he had completely grasped the mysteries of the traversing art. In the space of the ancient Xian monument, with the support of the ancient Xian monument, there were no bottlenecks, and he could easily practice it. But in the real world, it was impossible, and there was a process. The gap between the first 36 levels of the traversing art and the last 4 levels was equivalent to the gap between a heaven-level skill and a heaven-level skill. It was not that simple. Chunzong was still sitting cross-legged in the same place, operating his traversing true power to transform into the great traversing true power. Chunzong's cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Not only had the purity of the traversing true power increased, but the quantity of the true power had also increased. But as the traversing true power slowly transformed into the great traversing true power, the purity continued to increase, but the quantity rapidly decreased. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.